Hello everybody, hope you're doing well. Welcome Murphy. Welcome Marco. Let's shout a little bit first. I just put on a mix of allegedly the best battle OSTs of all time. you be the judge, I suppose. But anyway, today we're going to take a look at the points for the anniversary. I have a feeling we'll probably do a mix of tower and seabed at some point today. And for people looking forward to those hunts, we will probably focus on those early on. I'm not sure if you're still looking for any of the units, like V502. I know we got you a V801, and I think you paid for a V101. But otherwise, got it earlier today. Nice. I was like, wait a minute, this is Valkyrie profile too. It is. Okay. I was like, oh boy. Surprised I remember a soundtrack from that game. But anyway, well, let's see where we are with the anniversary event. I did not look very recently. So as it stands, we're not quite at the 10,000 points yet. Welcome to Parameter. It looks like temples, spaceships, seabed, tower, and the atrocities need some points. I don't mind doing any combination of those, but let's dedicate like at least an hour and a half, 2 hours towards them. So if chat has any preferences from those, let me know. But otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and boot up the game. I'm just deciding which of my many characters to be. I guess we could do a little bit of temple. We almost never do it. Question mark? I don't think we'll do more than like 3 or 4 runs of it before moving on. I just figure we're close enough to the bonuses. It's worth maybe trying. I don't know if I would put this in best battle music of all time. I don't know. I'm like, I remember it, but it's not... I don't think it would hit my personal top 100. Interesting, though. Oh, I see some people in the lobby. We'll start off with a little bit of episode 2. Work our way upwards, I think. Man, this character is so complete. 13 and everything else. No worries, Murphy. We'll give you a moment. So I figured we had a couple points. Temple's not that far off from completion. I was kind of hoping for a Vivian, honestly, because I have enough female characters. I would probably really benefit if I got any with hit. Like, obviously, Fomoral would love hit. But even something like Hugh Casil consistently getting heavy attacks, or potentially just the weapon having extremely high percentages would be useful, even if not in the hit department. I was gonna say, I heard this, and I'm like, I don't know what game this is. Okay. Apparently Sands of Destruction. I don't think I've ever played it. I'll do a few runs of these just to get the points up. I don't know if I really feel like doing the atrocities, though, to be honest with you. Atrocity 2 was okay, but I'm not really looking for anything there. Unless we just did, like... I don't know. I think that's kind of the problem with it. Like, I was thinking about doing, like, Yellow ID Episode 2, because there are things in almost every area that I want outside of Tower. But, whatever on that one. So we got a green ID and a pink ID, huh? Interesting. What is that falling animation? I like how she like pauses midway down on that fall. See, I figured people would probably be okay with just a few sprinkled in. Spaceship, I'll probably switch back to Sky ID or something. Yeah, this character in terms of Rambling May, I think hers is decent. It's got 25 hit. Like, it definitely helps with her solo runs, but I haven't been doing a whole bunch of solo play with her recently. Hopefully we'll end up getting a stronger Disco Bray Man. As you can see, I'm just using a 25 Dark Vivian. So, like, the odds of me beating this should be in my favor if it drops. One would hope. Right, chat? Single stat, low roll, no hit. Come on, it shouldn't be that hard to beat. Yeah, the Rambling May is actually decent, though. So I can consistently land, like, normal heavy. Oh no, 40 hit Gunyear. Rip Gunyear. I mean, I guess in theory, we could go for more Daylight Scar, though funny enough, I got one already. Despite doing, like, almost no runs for it. It rolled terribly, but I did technically get one. Is this what I think it is? It is Brave Fencer Musashi. Hey, why are there so many Brave Fencer Musashi soundtracks on here? Does it even have Etrian? I'm scrolling now, I'm curious. They have Sengoku Basara songs. Oh, this is gonna be a very interesting listen through. Interesting. So yeah, probably just doing 3 or 4 of these should be enough. It looks like other people are somewhat active. Oops, wrong way. Are somewhat active on it. My brain's thinking, seabed for some reason. Yeah, this is gonna be Hell City, but I figure for the people using ATP, I'll give a boost. You can see, like, I can almost combo kill without debuffing. That has potential. All it needs is just hit spheres. Still sounds like Brave Fencer Musashi. It is indeed. Alright, if they have Brave Fencer Musashi, they better have East on here somewhere. Bonk bonk. That double hit on the sniper is so nasty. I love Rambling May for that. Like, I'm actually combo killing with Zalur here. It's just like I'm still, like, semi-competitive. If we're not doing an Oops All Hell run. I know she's very good at Temple. If she does have to clear stuff solo, I don't need to actually worry about having Hell. I mean, it's always nice if it happens, but... yeah, I want to make sure I let go none of the Rappies. Rappies and Lilies have what I want. Oh, gold badge. Oh, that little turn was so sick. I love it. Yeah, like, see, he had 700... oh, rare Lily. Okay. Well, I'm gonna stun lock the room. Oh, Rambling May drop, but not really good rolls. But hey, we got the... one of the points of the run, at least. Anyway, time for me to murder Mr. Flower. Goodbye, Mr. Flower. Perish. That's decent luck. But if there's anybody here that just wants a mostly zeroed Rambling May, let me know. It is extremely good on Fromoral. Zap. I was gonna say, Rambling May is for the off chance rare. I'm looking more for Vivian's. Hopefully I see one. 25 A-base, 25 dark. Mine's mediocre. I think it's like 25 ABs, or 15 ABs. That's it. I probably won't make another Fomoral. She's fun, but I think I get more value out of the other characters. Like, I wouldn't use her in a lot of situations. Other than, honestly, the ID that she is currently. I don't really want to be white ID with her. The pink ID, just abusing things in CCA with ATP. It was okay. I feel like she does enough damage that technically she could boss rush if she really wanted to. Not that there's anything interesting in her drops. Bonk. I think what I'm missing with her, I need a Partisan. I'll probably have to do some Trails, Carousel hunts for hit. Not because I'm intending to use the charge, I just want to swing for damage. So honestly, I could even use the Soul Banish for that. Because it feels like 25 hit with the Sniper is good enough, so I might need like a 35 or 40 with the Partisan. They're so hosed. And when targets are frozen, she's actually pretty good. I could do a surprising amount of damage with heavies. Doing 800 a shot is like no joke. Or if I Zalure, it's like almost 1,000 a shot. Which is very shockingly high for a force. Especially on a ranged weapon. Team, nerf everything into oblivion, laugh at their inability to do anything. Galore time. Tap the room, wait a little bit. Tap the room, wait a bit. Tap the room, wait a bit. Getting hit by that paralysis is annoying. Perish. Sadly, no Vivian. We'll do a few more. Angry Fist. See, I think from the standpoint of the section ID guide, I just got to the last ID today. I did add a lot of quests. I think went from about 4 recommendations on average to 6 for every ID. So I think that should help a lot of newer players. I feel like that gives a bit more variety. I tried to name at least 2 an episode, unless the ID is like particularly atrocious. Because there are a couple IDs where like episode 1 is just like hot garbage. I'm looking at you, Pink ID. That rambling may away for a future Fomorel. I will sell that frame for money. We'll take a look at the temple totals when we're done with 2 more runs after this. See if it's required for us to do another. Yeah, just kind of cleaning it up now. Because right now it's at 9927. Gonna give you an idea how strong it is. Also, I should learn another rare lily. How come this doesn't happen for Dwarf on Eclair? Another Rambling May? Okay. I'm getting really confused how I keep getting more Rambling Mays than Vivian's. I got bonked. Damn, that was a powerful Lily. GG. Outplayed. Outperish. I mean, I got distracted by Rambling May. I know why I died. I'm like, I 100% know what my cause of death was. I was like, oh, Rambling May. And that rolled a lot better than the one that I just picked up. What I like about the Fomorel too is that she's very safe as a Disca Braveman user. Mine's still not great, but I only rolled 1 attribute on the other one, so pretty much everything's an improvement. Yeah, I'm very surprised I got 2. I sometimes go like literally dozens of hours without ever seeing an upgrade. I'm more here for the Vivian, but apparently not. $55 native, nice. Forgot how fun her disc animation was. Should be using that more. Goodbye, this wall of enemies. Yeah, when enemies get frozen, she actually just straight up deletes them. It's not even a contest. Let's go for a simple stun here into Berserks. Oh, my targets died. That was awkward. Come on, Vivian. Yeah, that was a shocking number of rare enemies for me. We really got the love rappy? What is happening? Hello? I feel like I'm actually getting trolled. Where is this when I'm in like the Halloween event? Move to episode 4 before the luck runs out. I feel like I'm getting trolled, because I actually don't want Rare Rappy. Whatever. I'll put a happy little fireball down and see what they do. Oh. Literally everybody got it. Every rare besides Eclair. True. That is true. Well, you see, I didn't want the rare Rappy, therefore. Get one less chance at Vivian. Get wrecked. Well, welcome, Remote Battery. Hope you're doing well. Not seen Immersa AA in a while. Like 2 streams ago. I know this song, why can't I picture what game it's from? I remember the goofy woo 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 woo. Interesting. Thank you. Oh, you know what it is? It's Suikoden. It took me a moment. I had to think that through. Suikoden 4, specifically. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Yep. Definitely Suikoden 4. I'm like, where would I have heard this music before? I don't usually have a lot of digital sound effects in my soundtracks. Anyway, time to rebuff people. I got distracted by the soundtrack. Been a while since I heard this one. You know what? I don't think I've ever played the game that this is from. I recognize it as Lufia, but I couldn't tell you which one because I haven't played. I would probably guess Rise of the Sinestrals. But that's only because it's the only title it can name. Just, I wouldn't even be able to tell you where this is used. Heard a lot of remixes of this song. On Vivian's. Oh, don't spook them. Rip. Rip badges. At least we should still get the rares when that happens. That's like the consolation prize. By Indie Bell Run. On my screen they ran. Like they ran at 1 HP instantly. There we go. Get out of here, Lily. Couple badges to pick up, not too bad. I feel like this rate we're gonna get like the Hilda Tour. Not that it matters. I don't think Pink ID Hilda Tour is any good. On the plus side, Pink ID boxes in almost every single area is worth opening. That's always a nice consolation prize. I mean, basically every area has either an amplifier or a barrier. So I'll take basically anything that drops here. Oh, I forgot to see. What Lufia game was that from? It was Lufia 2. Ooh. I recognize the song, but this is a heavy remix. This must be the original. This also gets remixed a million times. This is definitely Lufia too. Listen to Game Metal. They've covered both these songs, I think. Check the total again. After we boot into a game. I don't leave people waiting. Because I'm listening to this, but I'm like, I know it's on the SNES. There's no way it sounds like this on the SNES. Just got out of class, headed home, says remote battery. Nice, nice. This one rolled slightly better. I wish Rambling May was usable for more characters. Like, honestly, if this was like a main Huneural item, I would have been really happy. It's like just a little too slow. Because only the Fomarl shotgun animation is like super broken. If HuCasil had the Fomarl animations, I would be using this gun like 24/7. So it's within 70 points. I don't know if I really want to grind it all the way. But I do want to say at least we tried to raise it while going for something relevant. If you concealed Fomarl shotgun animation, that'd be the meta. Hell yeah. Can you imagine? Just like 1300 going pew, pew, pew. Even Huneural shooting like this would have been kind of crazy. It's going too screechy guitar for me. It's one thing I don't like about rock. I like guitar. I don't like it when they improvise like that. Kind of takes me out of it. A lot of 70s rock does that too. I guess that's why I end up preferring more orchestral pieces, where they don't like hyperfixate on a single instrument. Oh well. Get rid of you, get rid of you. I'm just hoping to see one Vivian in 4 runs. There's supposed to be a good number of Rappies, because this is based off of the very standard VR reset quest that's done here. With maybe a few more enemies. Ooh, that was a song shift. My brain is processing what game this is. I think I've heard this before. I don't think I've played the game this is in, though. Sorry, my brain was processing. Okay, well, we played every Sonic soundtrack on stream before. I know this is a Sonic song. What Sonic game this is from is now a test of memory from when we listened to every single Sonic game. It's definitely a more modern Sonic. I'm gonna guess it's not like Sonic Adventure. Do I think it's Colors or the Werehog game? I'm gonna guess Colors. Kind of has that feel to it. Let me click over for a second. Sonic Colors Boss Battle 1. Interesting. There we go. That was testing some memory right there. I was like, man, I have never played that game before. But we did listen to it on stream once. I deserved to die there. I was slow on the draw. These four enemies are just getting absolutely mowed down by the party. On the plus side, the XP here is actually surprisingly good. So if nothing else, it's actually a pretty good level quest. Like, we're approaching 300 XP a second most of the time. And it's not a hard run either. So that would be putting it on average around 150 XP a second. And given that it's not a boss rush kind of thing, it's actually kind of an interesting perspective to view this quest. So maybe we'll take people here as long as one person has a Hell Needle. Item's not necessarily the most exciting thing, but that XP is actually really good. And I'm basically just here to deep up the brains out. Keep the team sort of healthy. Thank you for the freeze. Oh wow, I straight up combo kill with Zalor. That's so sick. Goodbye. Storm 1 Indra, get out of here. No one loves you. Oh, I don't recognize this song at all. I'm gonna make 0 guesses. Chat can make their own guesses. I don't think I played whatever this round. Kind of interesting. Boom, 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 boom. I would have remembered that. And let me click out for a second. Glory of HellCleave. Okay, I don't even know what that is. But hey, we're listening to it, I guess. Another gold badge. So far the run's been kind of worth doing. Damn, this thing shoots so fast. Goodbye, boxes. I like that I have so much TP, I actually don't even need to use fluids in this run. I don't even have a limiter equipped, but I'm not even using it. Oh, what a good feeling, chat. Not just like needlessly needing to shop every 5 seconds. I think other people are doing Temple. It's at kind of a weird number right now, 9936. Guess we'll do 2 more quick ones. They are really short runs. I was worried, you know, we get into like 8-minute, 9-minute runs, but like 6 minutes is kind of whatever, honestly. It takes like no time. It's like doing 2 quests, but let's see outside the event. And then, hey, we could say we helped out. Then I think we'll switch over to some spaceship. Maybe we'll get some daylight scars. I would appreciate one with hit, or at least high dark. I don't think I recognize this song either. What song is this? Zero Ace Combat Zero. Flight simulator / war game. I would explain it. I don't play those. I was gonna say, I'll do my best at guessing ones I think I've played before, but I don't think I've played those ever. Yeah, I'm willing to do one more after this. I just want to see one of us get a Vivian. It's like, it doesn't even have to be me. I would prefer it to be me, because I am looking for it, but I would actually like that Vivian at some point. I might do some solo runs of this later. I'll be like, game please. They're just actually getting massacred right now. Rip no Vivian. One day, chat. I like that I'm not even bothering to hit power attack because the enemy dies so quick. I might as well just try to light attack. Just to do something to them before they explode. I have to say, for a dogfighting game, this is not what I picture. Another storm on Indra. I seriously get confused again. It sucks. I was getting bullied by Rappies, my bad. They're like, thou shalt not attack the other Lily.
Perfect mayhem!
Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Section Skyly, for the raid. Hopefully you're doing well. Hey Ziggy, we come from Lumeries? I don't know what that means. But welcome, Draken. Oh, the EU ship. Nice, nice. Hopefully everybody's doing well today. We're just cleaning up some points in the event. Hopefully we'll see a Vivian, though. That is quite a name. Deployable lover. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well today. Hey Ziggy, always love people streaming PSOs, says Section Skylave. Oh, good to see you. Hopefully raids have been, or not raids, hopefully hunts have been going well for you. These enemies. I think all my mods are not here, or else I would give you a shout out. I will do so once I think I'm done with the mission. Speaking of shoutouts, I definitely have to go back and review the list. I feel like I missed a few people recently. Yeah, let us know what kind of characters you're playing, what kind of hunts you're doing. Always interesting to see what people are doing. If people ask me what character I'm playing, my answer is yes. Like, what hunts are you doing? All of them. Just... I don't think there's something we don't go for other than Ubers. I don't really care about those. Yeah, I was gonna... Technically, I've done SJS, but that's for other people. I personally will not hunt for those. Like, no thank you. I got more base items I'd like to improve upon. Like, having a Vivian with anything other than $25... We got another Mill Lily? Wow. Mainly Hugh Neural at the moment, been hunting SJS, but stumbled on a second one a couple days ago. Congratulations. Oh, I don't think I got the Rambling May. That's so sad. Goodbye, Lily. Come on, Vivians. Well, I guess if team needed some Rambling Mays, today has been your lucky day. I think we found 3 Mill Lilies in 4 runs? Pretty good. I was gonna say, I think the only character I don't genuinely play is probably the Humor. Otherwise, we have a whole bunch of characters. We'll see if we could get other people some red rings later today. I think chat has been on fire lately with them on stream. I think in the past week, I think there's been 5 red rings. I think that's true. Quite a lot. Yeah, minus X says EA Maze, exactly. Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick little check to see where we are with the points on this quest. We're at 9936. I'm willing to do one more. So that way we could say we've been adding to the event. And we're gonna cycle, I think, to a different one. That probably needs more love and support. The good news, Maze for days. The bad news, no hit Maze. Yeah, unfortunate. Our stats are so silly. I almost did Seabed. I don't know what I was thinking there. That would have been something. Billy Mays here? Oh no. People need to start with Farce that has so many points. Yeah. We were talking a little bit about that on stream. Might have been the last one. Where it's very divisive right now. I was asking out of curiosity how many people were mad in the Discord seeing the nearly, what is it, 50-something thousand points in Forest. Yeah, like, it makes sense to run. It's a very overpowered quest. I mean, it just kind of goes into what we were talking about on stream in general, where there are just certain IDs that are just so powerful that they just override any other run. So it does not surprise me to see, like, a million white ID runs. And then there's people going for the dream blue ID, of course. I mean, when you look at it, I do think things like Terrell's Ego are probably the best value you could get per hunt. easy, fast, high amount of PD chances. You get endgame items. Kind of silly. Also, rip Yellow Buzz, lost Soul Blade. Rest in peace. I am never doing one of those again after nerfs. The way people are running it, but it's a shame it's so far ahead of the other quests. Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to go for the philosophy that we can have our greedy hours on stream, but generally speaking, you know, we do actually try to put points in something in the anniversary. So, like, we always end, for example, our streams with, like, a TTF or, like, an RT. But, like, before then, you know, I'll ask the audience, you know, what are you looking to hunt? What could we potentially do? And then we might take people to Tower, or we might take people to CCA, doing those kinds of hunts. So, we try a little bit. There's also times where I'm like, okay, I've been grinding it for like 20 hours. It's time for somebody else to do some runs for points. I would like to take full advantage of the benefits at some point. So it's kind of finding that fine balance. So we'll probably be doing, for example, a 1 to 80 rush during the weekend. We're gonna see how little time it takes to hit level 80. We're competing with about an hour 47-minute in-game time. I don't know if we'll ever quite compete with that, but it'll be interesting. Because right now is definitely the time for new characters to rise up for sure. But we could potentially do that doing Cal's Clock Challenge. I don't have room for this. Get out of here, Stormwand. But it's worth. I've been putting in the work on Tower. Yeah, I think Tower has actually been paying off pretty well. I think I ended up getting 2 V502s doing that. Well, it's been kind of nice. I think it actually has a pretty nice flow to it, so it's like one of the few times I'll have fun in episode 2. I'm like, okay, 2 in the front, 1 in the back, the Foley to stop the charge, and then I'm like, okay, after every Epsilon is an Ilgil wave, more or less. So I gotta just do the team hug. I let people know, like, I'm gonna hit the panic button. I need you to bail me out when I'm playing Force, because I'm not gonna survive the middle. It's been nice. I definitely had more fun with that than Sweep Up Operation 9, comparatively. So yeah, we've been doing a mix. We've been doing, we literally did all of them at one point, but we've been focusing a lot on CCA, mines, a little bit of seabed, but that's more in personal hours. Tower, we did a lot of Tower. Kraken says I was doing purple caves, blue seabed, but got cycle 1 on W last week. Ooh, haven't heard this song in a while. I was gonna say, this is undoubtedly The World Ends With You. Lots of episode 2 in general. We have been playing episode 2, which is very rare. I'm not a big fan of episode 2, but not going bad. Kim G Sanzo says, love that game. I contemplated if I wanted to stream that at some point, because we do a lot of RPGs. I know they did a re-release of it semi-recently. Yeah, I remember, like, getting it on the console, needing to, or, well, I say console, but handheld, needing to potentially trade with people to get better badges. So that'll be a little awkward. I can't really do that mechanic. I don't think I recognize this song. I'll give chat a moment if they want to take a guess. We just put on a random quote-unquote best video game battle themes of all time. I was curious how much of these I've heard before. I don't think I've heard this one before. Get rid of these. It's from a Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. I would explain it. I haven't played Radiant Dawn. Yeah, we've been doing a nice mix. Most of the time, I have, like, you can't see it at the moment, but I have a little list of what people said they were hunting for. I've been trying to keep track of what people / the viewers are looking to hunt and trying to do some hunts accordingly. I know, for example, Marco just got, I think, all 3 of their major requests. V801, V101, and V502. For Kaiser, I just have Red Ring and Heaven Striker. I think that's enough of Temple. Let's move forward. Let's see. I should probably be Sky ID. I'll bring a Sky ID HughCast. Let's see how many things we picked up just this week. I put them all away. Alright, first grinders of the week. Not a lot of materials. Absurd a number of badges. That seems about right. We're gonna make sure to hand in the quests or else it doesn't count towards the points. That'd be so sad. Put in all that work and they're just, nope. Time for a change of pace. So Spaceship is currently sitting at 9864 points. I think we could boost that a little. And I think once we're done kind of boosting some points, we might move to a whole bunch of TTF. But we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure what's best in this quest. It's probably the one I've run the least. Iska, Brave Man better here. Maybe it's a little awkward to get in the right position. Chat guessing Okami battle theme. Let me check. Okami soundtrack, Demon Lord, Ninetales. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've also not played Okami. So good guess. Chat is 100% correct. I probably want that Scape Doll, to be honest. It just got held from existence. Nice. Oh no, I remember this theme. This is one of the games I did not complete. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I actually know this one. It's, I think Mega Man 0. I'll check once I'm done murdering. I am really happy I dodged that. I didn't believe in myself there. I did not need to try mate that. The survey says Mega Man 0. Crash, boss theme. Let's continue on our way. finish him off. This is indeed Mega Man Zero. Team is Crash. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, we're not. You know what? If the missiles don't want to target me, I will gladly take that. Listen. It's like, that was an uncontrolled Varans. You'll take what you could get on those scenarios. There we go. Nice little bait. I love Disco 13. I don't think I played this. No guesses. I think I gotta learn to be a little more aggressive with traps. It says Mega Man ZX Advent boss battle. Yeah, I haven't played ZX. That would explain it. I gave up on Zero. That makes sense. But it's decidedly not a game for me. I love that there were just a million freeze traps that went out. Everybody saw the Varans. The freeze went out. It was cute. Am I into platformers? Absolutely not. I am not good at them. Me and platformers do not get along. I don't even play them privately anymore. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not good at them. I could do action games. I can learn turn. Oh, I got clipped. I could do turn-based games, but oh, I got a hit Daylight Scar. Oh, hello. Well, that woke me up a little. Hello. I think that's technically an upgrade for me. I don't really care about a machine Daylight Scar. That was a 5-in hit, yeah. I was gonna say, the last platformer I tried definitely made me decide to just give up on them forever. I was like, you know what? Don't think this is for me. It's like, I kind of just tolerate them in some games, but others... It's like I'm not a huge fan of puzzles. Out of space, that's annoying. I was gonna say, this is just a hell room. I don't even have to do anything. I'm here to kill the Barans, mostly. That's a good freeze. I got everybody. I was gonna say, Chat wanted me to try Castlevania 64. And then I just gave up after a while. I was like, yeah. That was I think the last time I did a viewer request a game. I was like, I think I'm gonna tap out. I'm good. We got the nitroglycerin one try, and then I'm like, never again do I ever want to play or look at this game. Like, I'm done with you. We did the thing. It's over. Still got 2 freezes left, which is good. Yes, I got the freeze I wanted. Okay. Well, we got rewarded, I guess. Ooh, box photon drop? Absolutely. Why am I out of space? What am I holding? I'm so lost. Not even holding that much. That's crazy. And I'll get rid of the defense material for a photon drop. That's a no-brainer. Get rid of these. I guess I could put away some scape dolls. I don't really like leaving them on the floor because I do need them for other characters. Let's put a couple away. Yeah, I heard some pretty positive things about Pizza Tower. I think in private play, I tried like a little bit of the Warrior games, but even then, I wasn't really like good at them or anything. A couple of these away. Welcome, Sir Frosty. Oh no, not this game. No. No, I unfortunately know what game this is. That game difficulty was so broken. I'm shaking my head already, chat. Well, welcome, Sir Frosty. I'm thinking of all the BS pause cinematic kill moves from, I guess the translated title is Trials of Mana. How points are doing. I think people are still running tempo at least. I think if we get it close, we can encourage other players to do it. So Spaceship is now at 9864. I'd like to get it a little closer to 9900 to encourage other players to complete it. Didn't I say I'm going to play Sonic Adventure around April 1st? I don't think I ever talked about that for April Fools. I mentioned a couple of games for April Fools. I could tell you definitively that was not one of them. Chad has requested me to play Sonic Adventure. I was like, I don't think I would do well at it. I think I would enjoy it more than Castlevania 64, but... I'm like, I'm not into platformers. About the original Phantasy Star? Maybe. We did have some votes originally for other Phantasy Star games, but they just didn't get the votes. I would say if people were interested, they have to vote on the Discord. Because I know for a fact we did other PSO, or yeah, PS alternatives. Like Phantasy Star Zero, for example. But I've not played the originals. How did that miss? Game, please. I know literally nothing about them. It'd be an interesting experience, I guess. So I'm gonna say I'll leave it open. I'm not gonna say no. I play some, you know, turn-based RPGs. My preference will be action games, but you know, I don't mind doing like a turn-based series every now and then. Like we're doing Chrono Cross, for example. I hear Del Sabers. So I think I just want to be really, really aggressive with traps. I was pretty close to the right aggression, but I still had 4 freeze traps left over. So I would say for people trying to figure out, you know, whether or not you're doing something properly as a cast, I would honestly ask yourself, are you ending any run with traps? And if you are, you did something wrong. More freeze traps. I don't think I want to play Monster Hunter, to be honest with you. Those Del Sabers were hosed. Literally 3 freeze traps get wrecked. Like leveling brand new character for some piece. Fine. Yeah. I tried Risk of Rain 2 a while ago, but it was actually really glitchy with my controller to the point I couldn't play it. I think now that it's, you know, out of... Well, it's been a while since it's been released. Maybe it won't be super glitchy. I remember because I was using a Switch Pro controller with a converter. It had no idea what it was. I think it was the weirdest thing ever. It was like the back triggers were movement, then my D-pad was inversed, up down didn't do anything, and then my fire button was like where L2 is. And I'm like, what is going on? That's the wackiest control setup I've ever seen. And I was just like, man, just did not like that. It got like the Z and the Y axis confused on the controller for some reason. I think that's why it did that. Damn, that triple freeze trap. Oh, hey, Mystic Quest. Listen, there's some things I will jump snap call. This is one of those games. I love the soundtrack. See, when I'm talking about like exploration and dungeons, chat, I mean like Mystic Quest, where like you have different tools to progress through the dungeon. I like stuff like that. I don't like in like Wild Arms, for example, where it's like, hey, do you want to go save the world and there's a cosmic threat about to swallow all of existence? Why don't you rearrange these doors or rearrange these photos and interact with them in the order of the days of the week? Like, that kind of stuff takes me out of the game, like real fast, chat. I'm just like, why are we doing this? Why does this exist? Please don't do this. Have environmental puzzles. That's what I'm looking for. I don't need to know that Thor's Day is Thursday. Then what's end up loving it? Would they stick with it? But I played it though. I wasn't a fan. I played it on console a while back. Not like a new version of it. It was like PS2. I'm dead. Oh, I almost healed in time. I was so close. So close. I had the healing menu open and everything. There we go. That room's kind of annoying as a Hugh cast dealing with it. I guess I could technically like freeze trap the first and Vulcan the second, because they're like just far enough away. I can't really do that much. Oh, we're back to Suikoden? Apparently we're Suikoden-2ing. I will write if the so-called compilation doesn't include Dynasty Warrior songs. You know what, Kaiser? Just for you, we could probably put on a few. I think we did that one time. We played, I didn't really play 1 at all, but I played 2 through 6 Dynasty Warriors. And then we put on the Orochi Warrior soundtracks afterwards. It has been a while. I don't remember all the song names. 7 was pretty solid. I have 2 freeze traps left. I should be a little less aggressive.
You dare challenge the might of Lu Bu!
Silly Lu Bu. I think the only game I thought he was like genuinely like really awful in was probably 4. That game actually made me mad. Those duels were like nearly unwinnable at low levels. Holy, the one shot is real. Oh. He hit me at the same time the freeze went off. That's so unlucky. Because I froze everything but him. That is actually unlucky. Darn you, freeze trap delay. For clarity, this is Suikoden-2. I don't remember if I've declared it. This is 100% the boss theme. I'm not even going to question it. We played this on stream. I'm pretty sure it's the Necklord fight specifically. Alright, so I killed 2 Barans. Ooh. That should have killed me. Nice little walk there. Okay, I didn't dodge the Del Saver, but I did dodge the homing missiles. See, I understand you're supposed to do tight circles to dodge them, and I feel like they're fine in some quests. I'm really curious what the exact movement pattern is to dodge them in Christmas Fiasco. I was never good at that. Like, I can dodge them when there's 2 of them, or like 3 of them, but when there's like 6 of them, I have no idea how to dodge them. I always feel like I start turning, then I get bopped, and then I die, in that order. Colonel Sonata is a good action RPG, turn-based. I love Lost Odyssey. Colonel Sonata. I vaguely recall that game. I think I have it on the PS3. I'm assuming it's the one where it's like... It's literally about the composers, right? And it's kind of like an action... Almost like a Tales game. 3-man party system, I think. I'm scrolling down just to see if they put Dynasty Warriors in the list. They have Sengoku Basara. Oh, they have Zillia. Oh, they have my favorite Zillia songs. This is actually pretty good, surprisingly. Oh, there's an Etrian song. Okay, so they have played Etrian. I don't see any Dynasty Warriors, though. We're gonna have to make it up to Kaiser later. So I got a little sneak peek at the list. So we'll do one more spaceship after this. Just kind of filling in the gaps a little bit. I'm gonna say the song I remember most is probably Eve, but I think Welcome to China was also a good one. Sorry, I gotta hit play on the playlist of all things. Oh, this is East Origin. No question. You play Monster Hunter in PS2, it's probably DOS. I don't remember. I was at somebody's house, and I tried going through. I'm like, man, I'm not feeling this game. Yeah, 6 I feel like was a big misstep for Dynasty Warriors. I remember really not enjoying that game. I tried really hard to give it a chance, and I'm like, nah, I'm really not feeling this. Chainsword, nice. Uh-oh. I think overall, though, from Dynasty Warriors, I like their soundtracks, but man, I wish their game evolved a bit more. I'm sorry, chat. You're not gonna sell me at all on Monster Hunter. I have no interest. I don't like the slower gameplay from it. I don't like the delay on healing. I don't like that kind of style of combat. It was like a... It's very sharply opposed to everything I'm interested in. Oh, uncontrolled brands killed me. So sad. Like, no, thank you. I'm like, listen, I need something fast-paced. Ooh, a Gurren dropped. That's useful. That could be helpful for Shuren users. I don't have any hit Shurens, though. What did you miss? Ask Promethean. Got a low hit Daylight Scar. We saw like 1,000,000 milliliters. Chat is trying to convince me very ardently to play Monster Hunter, which I don't want to do. See, chat, if you gave me a game that plays like Sengoku Basara, I would absolutely play it. But that is more of the style of combat that I'm looking for, not Monster Hunter. Or give me something like Judgment, like from the Yakuza series. Then you have my attention, but Monster Hunter, no. Grab these. Let's get these. Promethean says, Monster Hunter Dark Souls clones are all hard. I haven't tried a Dark Souls, but I don't think I would like it. Anything that's like very punishing on any kind of loss, just... I'm like, I don't really want to play those style games anymore. I really don't. That time is past. I'm surprised I even bothered trying something like Hades. Fortunately, I think like once things unlocked, I had a lot of fun with Hades, for example. There's definitely that roughness in the beginning where I was like, man, it just feels like I'm very stiff. And I'm just not getting the options I'm looking for. So I think the call is to do, is it freeze trap into stun? Is that what I'm supposed to do here? It is. Alright, so I've now learned how to deal with this room solo. I think I freeze trap the side, shoot the other one, kill both. Then I have to move up, put a freeze trap here. Okay, I'm learning the waves a little more. I promise you, I try to do a little better every time we play. I'm gonna put a freeze trap here. There we go. So I think just this initial wave is kind of a knowledge check. Everything else, I think I could just kind of autopilot, to be honest. Like, nothing else do I really care. Yeah, I saw a lot of people hype for Wukong game. It's not something I'll play, but, you know, each their own. Hopefully they have fun with it. I don't think there's, like, anything inherently wrong with it or anything. Just not something I want to play. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just from my perspective. I don't really like starting things over from scratch or like having a big penalty on death. I don't know. For me as a viewer, I don't find it entertaining, and I feel bad for chat if I like don't live up to the expectations of like the hunt and have to like literally full restart from a death. I don't know. I don't think I could make it entertaining. I don't think my skill level is on that level. Like, I'd rather play something else. Get rid of these. Easy cleanup. Also, I don't recognize this game. I'm probably gonna get hit here. That's fine. I didn't have the right weapon for the brands. That was kind of my bad. I killed it eventually, but could have been better. Do we have a Gurren potentially for a hit percentage Shuren? Guess that's not bad. Yeah, it makes me sad. I haven't really played anything else like an Onimusha. And I haven't played any other games that are similar to Kessen 2. Those are games I wish still existed. I don't really know how to describe their genres. Just the way their combat feels or how their menus are. Also, this game is apparently Bayonetta. A 15% daylight scar. Could be useful. So we'll do probably one more of these, then we'll switch out. Oh no, Star Ocean? I was thinking about playing this game on stream at some point. Got that classic Tri-Ace music to it. More specifically, the second story for people that want to get technical, like, oh, there's more than one Star Ocean. I thought about if I wanted to play this game, not because I think it's like a super great game or anything, but those voice clips in that game are... I don't like the combo presses in Bayonetta / Devil May Cry, so I did not get into those. I don't like the delay combos. They just... I don't know what it is. I played it for like 10 hours, and I'm like, this is just not clicking for me. I'm used to like chain canceling or like dash canceling or like motion inputs for controls, but the whole delay at a certain amount but not too much, I don't know. That style just, it never clicked with me. I know it was also in Metal Gear Rising, and I had trouble with that too. I'm like, meanwhile, I'm willing to do like Tekken combos at Street Fighter, but something about that combat system did not appeal to me. Ooh, an East game. The question is, which one? Oh, you know what? This is definitely 6. Arc of Nephishtim. Oh, I haven't played Street Fighter and Tekken in a while. I'm sure chat would probably beat me. I mean, I haven't played Street Fighter since 4. I stopped Tekken around that time too. I used to play with an arcade stick. Like, I did try to take it somewhat seriously. I'm assuming they're on Street Fighter 6. Oh, chat Exodia obliterated that poor Del Saber before I could hit it. Damn, that freeze trap was instant. Survey says it is Arc of Nephishtim. Nice. Did you ever play... I'm assuming that's Guilty Gear Strive? No. I didn't like how Strive played. I played Xrd. It definitely made me feel like an old man, where I'm like, you know, I can't hit some of the combos and like Xrd at all. They're definitely too quick for me. But then I'm watching Strive and I'm like, this game feels really slow. I don't know. Especially when you compare it to like the PS2 Guilty Gear, which is like what I'm more used to. Like, wow, this game is like a third of the speed. What happened? Like, it's okay if they want to branch out and they want to do stuff like that for like Grand Blue Fantasy Verse. You know, they can put whatever pace they want on the game, but... I was like, man, I don't feel like I'm being put in the Million mix-up simulator anymore. That was like genuinely ridiculous. Nice. I think the trick is ray gun, freeze trap. I was gonna say, I remember that it was floating around on a while. Like, can you block Million? I think it was called, where someone literally just had a, you had to guess what side she's hitting you on, and you just reacted to it. So dumb. Spoilers. I did not do well on that. It's so hard to visually see those. She is so fast in the older versions. Yeah, I don't know. I could try sitting there and trying to learn how you're supposed to do the pressure-based combos. There's a couple of characters that exist like that in Sengoku Basara, and I was not good with those. I'm like, oh, I understand why I don't understand this character. The Bayonetta character. I'm like, oh. Makes sense now. So, like, I managed to learn it for a character after a lot of attempts on, like, Sengoku Basara, where, like, I would purposely hold certain parts of a combo longer to change the combo. But again, it felt more like I was fighting the combo system than learning the combo system. But, like, I'll play charge characters in Street Fighter. I'll play, you know, your grapplers. I'll play your Z-motions, whatever, quarter circle rolls, too. Oh, I'm out of freeze. That's not good. I used one too many earlier. This is gonna be interesting. I'd like to think I was okay at the games. Definitely was not, like, anywhere near tournament competitive. Yeah, sadly I don't have a freeze trap. Killed this guy, though. I don't recognize this game. So no guess on this soundtrack. Let's see, what game is this from? Oh, it's from Nier. That would make sense. I didn't play Nier. Okay, so let's take a look at the point totals here. We're at 9964 for Temple, 9868 for Spaceship. Is there any ID other than blue worth running in Seabed? Is the question I'm asking myself genuinely. Like, do I really want to do, like, white Seabed, for example, for Heaven Striker? I don't think I do. Like, in theory, you should do it for Cycle 1, because there's a decent amount of Del Beaters. Or technically could play Orange ID if you wanted Heaven Punisher. Or if he's gonna skip this one, no problem. Alright, so we'll do Seabed for a little bit, and then we'll move upwards. Yeah, I think there's just not as much I'm excited for in Seabed. Like, it's literally just like, will you get Cycle 1 from Del Beater? It's pretty much it. I mean, I'll try it. Allegedly, Yun Chang and Zamba exist. I have not received either from this quest so far. I'll bring in a Hugh New World. So at least we'll have some buffs if we need it. Okay. So I just need to get the P502 from the bank, and I think I'm good to go. Damn, I'm almost out of space again. Okay. I really need to put away these items on another character or something. Because I definitely do not want to be micromanaging bank. That drives me wild. Okay, so we have a free slot if anybody wants to hop in for some short seabed. We'll be moving on to tower, and then probably see from there. Rearranging some panels. Sorry about the delay. I mean, this sounds like Castlevania, but I don't think I've played this game. Survey says, Order of Ecclesia Barlow battle. That would make sense. I didn't beat an Order of Ecclesia. Okay, I guess we'll get started. Yeah, at least with Red Ring now, I should be able to land a lot more shots. I think after this song plays, I'm gonna pause the soundtrack. We'll put on some Dynasty Warriors for Kaiser. Oh, I was gonna say, there's no way. I'm like, did I not equip it? How did it fail twice? Doubt. Extreme doubt that I equipped it. There we go. One does not simply miss that many times with Hell Handgun. I don't believe it. Nice double kill. Oof. I missed every kill special there. That sucks. Alright, so let's pause the soundtrack for now. Sorry, Legend of Heroes. Let's do... See, I used to have them, but then the original soundtracks that we listened to last time, the entirety of the OSTs have been removed. We'll start with number 2, I guess. I didn't play 1, so I don't have any nostalgia for it. Sure which game specifically has my favorite soundtrack from Dynasty Warriors. I'd have to think about it. I mean, if it's between like all of the spin-off games, I would say Orochi Warriors 3, an easy win. I do think some of the later songs, even though I don't like 6, I do think some of the later songs in 6 are actually good. Yeah, if anybody has any recommendations for something similar to Onimusha or even Sengoku Basara, those are probably my 2 favorite series that Capcom has given up on. So there is pretty much nothing at this point I really want from Capcom. Oh. Just a little too slow on the Gafoi there. I'm gonna use my poorly statted Galatine to try to bully. Better than nothing. Ouch. Come on, land the demons. Nice. Or, oh, I mean. They're just like slightly out of range. This stupid recon would get out of here. I think I would have killed them already. Getting hard trolled by that stupid box. There we go. Untargetable. It's so sad. There we go. Now we're starting to land our specials a little better. Sorry about that. I think this quest is mostly fine with things like knowledge checks. I think the most is just remembering that the start of this room is Del Beaters, which is kind of annoying. Like, these enemies here, you could technically stand where I'm standing to stop them from charging both of you. But, like, other than that, there's not really much to do here. It's more the final room where I feel like that's more of a hard knowledge check. Oh, I like Sacred Ground. I remember the song. Up time. I gotta remember when specifically the wave is here. I think it's not after the Worthless, it's like one after the Worthless. There we go. I was gonna say, I don't think I debuffed yet. We'll do this to help the chat a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna rely on the frozen shooter here. I'm not gonna lie. If they get frozen shooter, they're dead. Out of here. That's not this wave or the one after it, but 2 waves from now, I think we need to get in the corner and prepare against the Delbeater. The Delbeater spawns on the left side and charges inwards. So I know if I'm like here, I know it really can't do that much to me. That's why I corner camp hard from standing currently. Oops. I think it's 1 wave after this. Yeah, it's after this. So the nightmare happens. Did it really just eat? It did eat my Moon Atomizer. That's so rude. There were 2 people to revive, so I hit it twice. And it just revived the same person twice. That is so rude. Eldeath got in the way. Come on, let me land this. There we go. Alright, that's it. It's PrometheanInc time. Had enough of this. Should be good enough. How do drops work in the AA quest? Standard drop, but if you do it in episode 1, it's episode 1 drops if they're in 2. 2 if it's... I mean, 1 and 2. So, Atrocity 2 will give episode 2 drops where applicable. Otherwise, it's what you think it is. Pretty straightforward. Okay. That's gonna be lots of enemies, then a long lineup, and then after that I think is still beaters. So I'm gonna stay over here. I know there's gonna be a long line to my right, and then I think after that might be the Delbeater wave, or it's a Death wave. But I don't remember. Yeah, there's the long lineup that I'm expecting behind me. I was hoping I killed the boxes a little quicker than that. I think no matter what, the fireball doesn't matter if I do it, so I might as well do it here. Yeah, I'd rather do it here, because this will slow down the Sinnohs, potentially. I think after this wave will be the Delbeaters. I mean, I'm gonna stun lock him by whipping specials, which is a real thing, by the way. Oh. I would like the... I would like the ability to stand at some point, game. Thanks. I'm gonna get rid of this Morphos. Or not. Okay, there we go. Alright, let me deal with that other Morphos. Oh. You know, the feeling when you have 140% accuracy, you still whiff. It's the worst feeling. Smart Link did not save me. Activation rate was like, no, there will be no demons today. Yeah, this quest can be kind of annoying with just 3 people. We really need like the 4th person with Hell or something, or frozen shooter. Alright, I'm gonna tell him to stop it. There we go. Ouch. I'm gonna do that so I don't get hit. The downside is with this many Del Depths, we're kind of splitting up really heavily because we're so few in number. We're gonna have to group. I'm gonna fireball. Ah. Oh, you did the same one. Oh, I tried to save it. Oh, you gotta let me know which one you're using. Damn. Twice now I tried to save it with twins, but it was too late. HellCleave, this should be that. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. I was talking about I wish we had a fourth person with frozen shooter. Ephinea says, rip the misclick DB. The drop from the ID. I'm so confused. I wasn't talking about drops. I'm so confused. Are you referencing Cycle Wand or something? I wasn't talking about Cycle Wand. I got hit out of my spell. I was too slow. Damn. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, what Promethean's saying. That makes more sense. No, yeah, we were talking about on stream already. I mean, if it's from episode 4, you get episode 4 drops. It works exactly like you think it would. If we're not getting a fourth person, I'm not doing more Seabed. I'm sorry. We really just need another person to lock down like Morphos. It's more of a number issue versus item issue. Rid of these. Don't need these. Okay, let's see what they're looking for hunt-wise. Marco is not looking for anything anymore. I'm gonna put question marks. I was gonna say, honestly, if we're talking multiplayer, I would rather do tower with 3 people than 3 people seabed. For these quests, I think the problem is more Del beaters are really annoying and Morphos are really annoying. So I'm like, when those get uncontrolled, it just wastes a lot of time. I can jump in if you want to do some yellow CCC, sure. Or we could do some of that. Do you want me to bring anybody in particular, HellCleave? Do you want me to be force? Cast? Yeah, tower with the force. Honestly, I think I make the game up with playing Uniworld, sure. So I could play force at first. If I get bored, I could switch back to cast. I can make it as yellow, HellCleave. You could be freed from whatever you want to do. I'll pick yellow ID Force. How's that? Oops. Wrong bank. I'm gonna pick somebody and then switch it. I think I meant C bank 6. I might as well as level Boydana. Try this again. Wrong Force bank. Right idea. Wrong character. Yeah, so at least we're still adding to the anniversary totals. But I think at this point, like, I actually... 6 hours of gameplay, this seems about right. But I think from the standpoint of tower, I just find it so much easier to shut down waves as a force. I feel like that seabed, like, unless you have, like, 2 casts, 2 rangers, that room is really annoying to do with, that final room. I'm not a fan. It's definitely fun with the pool party, but man, I would not want to 2-man that either. Yeah, this is good enough. I should probably put on a god technique. I don't think his accuracy is that great. Yeah, I could technically make him demons, but fine. He's got to get more levels before I want to commit to the demons game, because even if I do double adept, I can't also smart link. So maybe in like 20 levels, I'll consider it. Basic frame. Yeah, let's just continue helping HellCleave with hunts while doing badges. All sorts of other coinage, I suppose. Only thing you're missing are Dragon Scale and LNK Combat 38, but I can do those solo. I was gonna say, how badly do you want a Dragon Scale? We got one on stream the other day. But in terms of LNK Combat 38, I mean, that's just your standard, do almost anything in Viridian. This is also a Viridian run, or not Viridian run, this is also an LNK run, as HellCleave is pointing out. Yellow ID kind of sick here, not gonna lie. That's why I was thinking of Endless Episode 2 the other day with this character. He gets value from basically everywhere except tower. Nice V501. Pretty useful if you're not planning to do a lot of hell, but need to rest for things like episode 4. I'm surprisingly alive. The in conclusion music as somebody dies. That's appropriate timing. Yeah, this room can be a little spooky if you're not aware of when the stupid Girder Flyers are about to pop up in the center. It could be kind of annoying because they're surrounded by other targets, but unfortunately for them, as a force, I don't really care. So just like when they appear on the north and top, or north and south of this room, I also don't care, because I can use my spells to stun them. That's why I kind of like this quest and also tower more than Seabed. It's like, look at this, I can control both sides of the room, so even if somebody forgets to freeze or paralyze them, like, I just feel like I have way more control. And that's where I feel kind of disappointed, when there's quests where it's like, I don't feel like I could do anything as a force. It feels super bad. Yeah, like, see, like, nobody even needs a freeze trap here. I'm good. I am your freeze trap. Yeah, Murphy just explaining what we talked about already on stream. But yeah, it's very straightforward drops. It's not random drops. Lure them to speed it up a little. I could wear a demonic fork to maybe get piercing me, get on these keys. Might save time. Maybe. This flower is definitely the meanest knowledge check, because the first time you come in here, not knowing it's in the corner is kind of brutal. After that, it's like, most of the time you can just quickly turn and deal with the threat. That's not too bad. I'm just gonna stand still and regen TP for the most part. Oh, leave me alone. I was gonna say, I can't solo the Gibbles. Leave me alone. Gonna say use the forced panic button. In this kind of wave, I just use Razond here. I shut them down pretty hard. Although when they sap my TP like that, that is annoying. But otherwise, just in case people are not like having their bearings, they could just kind of remember for next time. So like, I wouldn't mind hosting Yellow ID runs in the future for this. Their seabed of this quest is okay. Like, if I did the non-event quest version, for example, it's just okay. There we go. There's the freeze. So I'm basically just trying to debuff them as much as possible. Knowing that my character is very low level and not very likely to land in demons, even if I tried. I forgot where the Gibble spawned there, I'm not gonna lie. There we go. Move a little out of the miracle's range. Poor Gibbles. Getting hard bullied all day. Like, no free straps. Panic. Okay, we're out of there. Slow them down a little with Varda. Man, them hitting my TP is just rude. Nice, I got a double freeze. So at least the lore there will save a little bit of time. Let's level up. Okay, most importantly, I got accuracy up. We're gonna need a lot of those. Yeah, that went fine. Yeah, getting a dragon scale as solo raw cast seems kind of painful, to be honest with you. I don't know if I would recommend that. Very quick hunt is a force, though. Deathblow music plays. Let's do a few more HellCleave oriented runs.
You're wide open!
Thank you, Draco Cougar, for the follow. Hope you're doing well. The run is going well. We had some interesting luck earlier. I think it cooled off a little bit. Some daylight scars, a couple of rambling maze. Promethean says, okay, back, and thank you for the info. Nice, nice. Welcome back, Promethean. I don't remember this in Dynasty Warriors 2 at all. When does this play? Well, can't quit this. Well, unfortunately, lyrics I have to skip. Oh, I like Against All Odds. Good theme. Goodbye, Guygway. Yeah. Hopefully they'll kind of retool the quest a little bit. Because I saw originally when, like, by the time I played it, it wasn't like that, but apparently the original version of it did not even have any healing circles. I'm curious for the August Atrocity quests, if they're going to retool some of the enemies. Make it more appealing to certain IDs. And, like, up the reward for clear. Rid of these, dodge the slam. Not mean to pick that up. That is the end of that soundtrack, so I guess we'll just go back to the top. I'm gonna skip this theme, actually. Okay, so my focus is just gonna be on the corner. I'll be like, listen, Miracle, I've come for you. I will kill you. It'll take forever as a force, but I will bully you. Apparently this is another Legend of Heroes theme. But otherwise, I think in terms of these runs specifically, I guess to go back to the other question, I haven't really seen anything drop, but we're still pretty early in the hunt. Goodbye, Guy Gui. There we go. Why can I not debuff the skibbles? What's happening? Oh, there it is. Now it's targetable. Weird. There we go. So I think in terms of section IDs, I think I just have white ID to do for updates. I decided to include an additional section talking about what items are unique to the IDs for people that were curious. Because there are actually quite a few number of items now. Before that wasn't really the case. But with all the cosmetics, there's actually a surprising number of unique items. There's still like a couple of standalone rare items like Cleo and Yashminikov, of course, only belonging to one ID. Let's sit down and get some food. Enjoy your food, Kaiser. Yeah, I don't think today's stream will be like super long. But we'll see where it goes. Because unfortunately, this is kind of the last day of my break. If anybody wants to hop in and do some yellow CCA. Oh, Ruffy's here. If he's like, join. Good catch. The hell has arrived. Hell hath no fury like a Murphy scorned. Hell Needle is here to brutalize. I think what else I would be looking for. We tried going for Vivian earlier. Didn't get one. Nobody got one, I think, which is a little sad. We somehow got Rambling Mate from the rare enemy before we got that, which is very silly. There we go, I actually killed something with technique damage. I did it. I am the winner. Poor enemies. Did that actually just whiff me? I didn't move, but it didn't hit me. That was very interesting. So I think we'll do like 3 or 4 more of these. Gonna help HellCleave out. Wouldn't mind potentially a Twin Blaze from this quest. Nice level up. I'm starting to move into like almost the right amount of HP, so if I were to put another Heavenly HP on, I'd be fine for some episode 4 runs with this character. And having more base MST speeds up the run for episode 4 anyway. There we go. Slowed up the Gibbles for the team to kill. That's all that matters. Come in, everybody's dead. Rip. That sucked. Yeah, another V501 would be kind of nice, because I'd like to have one like permanently on some of my rangers. Or at minimum my casts. So I have a V501 for the Hucast, have a V501 for the Hucasil, couple V502s for the Rangers. There we go. Shut the enemy down hard here. Goodbye, enemies. The Gaigui is dead so fast. Nice, I got the refreeze. Oh, there are more waves for some reason. I need to use that many dive fluids. The other song was apparently Devil May Cry 3 Lady Battle into Musashi Samurai Legend Aeolic Guardian. This is also apparently Demon's Soul. I'm gonna make the quest. I'm gonna go get a drink since it's feeling actually very warm today. I'm starting to feel it now that the computer's been on a while, so I will step away briefly. Be right back. Sorry about that. Continue. Do this one more time. I want to say this is Tales of Symphonia. This song does sound vaguely familiar. Survey says Tales of Symphonia boss battle music. So far, I don't think I've guessed incorrectly, but I don't recognize a lot of the songs on the playlist. It's fine. We can broaden our horizons with music. I got so confused there. I Zalored with Glide Divine, but it only hit one target, but nobody shot anything? You feeling okay there, Glide Divine? Is there a reason it worked on 1 out of 4? It made me do a double take. Interesting. Tundra. That miracle died so fast. Yeah, I adjusted the fan a little bit in the room because I was like, "Woo, I'm dying." It's like, it definitely got very hot in the streaming room, so I was like, I don't want to accidentally do something bad by neglecting it. It feels a little better now. Got me while I was drinking water. I deserve that. Temple at 10k now? Nice. See, we just had to encourage it to go up a little bit. Spirit Garment. Interesting. Although, I will say though, going through the section guide, it is a little bit depressing how many of the times I start writing things where it's just the same quest for the same IDs over and over and over again. I was like, man, best variety, please. Another gold badge, huh? That's good. If I have to type out like new mop-up operation 3 again, I was like, geez, every ID wants to hunt here. I'll take that. Grab my TP. The other song was... Both of these are apparently Breath of Fire. I've not played them, so I'm like... No idea. Goodbye, Gagui. Damn, I got one shot hard. I was gonna say, HellCleave, did you want to move on to Purple Mines or New Mop-Up Operation 3? We'll do Purple next. I guess I could bring in a Force still? I'm not really looking to level my raw moral. You normally do Force? Alright, then I can level a different character then. Let HellCleave do what HellCleave wants. I mean, this is clearly Pokemon, but I don't know which one it is. I'm like, listen, I haven't played since Yellow. Even I can tell this is Pokemon. Apparently it is Pokemon Black and White Decisive Battle. There we go. I'm supposed to level this character a bit more. She's at least almost max ATP. I was gonna say, if you need me to loan you some HellCleave, it's not a big deal. I have 3 floaters. Just let me know. I was gonna say HellCleave. Borrow these 3. Do what you need with these. Should make the run cheaper at least. So imagine you're doing triple add at V801. I mean, I could probably loan that to you as well, to be honest with you. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you need a HellCleave, it's by your feet. There you go. So there we go. We've supplied HellCleave with triple out of V801, aka the I definitely don't feel like using TP supply build. HellCleave is hopeless. Do I need to give you a mind mag? I'll do it, HellCleave. Don't make me walk back to that bag. There you go. Anybody want to do A2 as Promethean? Maybe eventually. It's not bad. I just don't feel like doing it literally right this minute. But definitely for the people in the audience that are looking to hop in. I'm gonna witness the exchange. We're sending HellCleave all of our power and energy. I'm at the point where I could probably just buy V801s just to tap out characters. I was hoping to pick up a few while doing like Pink ID Desert, but so far not really. There we go, not too bad. The song is apparently from Breath of the Wild 4. I've not played any game in the series, so if I somehow guessed that, that would be very impressive. Goodbye, guild chicks. I know eventually somebody will have to be against the far end of the room, because after the triple spawn, it's going to be Baran's against that door that's behind me. Speaking of which, this is one of them. But I know there's going to be two here later. I could stay here preemptively if I want, though. Also, why did the music pause in an auto playlist? Please. Oh, easy. Belmont's theme, Portrait of Ruin. I was gonna say, I've listened to this one too many times. See, this is a game I've seen speedrun, so I'm like, yeah, I'll know. The caster up here. And then immediately in the next room is going to be a Baran's, just FYI. I'm going to shut this one down. So yeah, I like coming here as HuCast, because I would basically freeze 3 of them, slap them silly, and then just immediately do the other thing, but I figure this character's ATP is good enough that I could probably assist with this character. It's just like that. Those are probably the problem ones. Just remembering where there's early Barans are. After that, it's pretty easy. Got him. Perish. It would be nice to get a Yashiminikon from those kind of wins, or the leader units that are there. I doubt it'll happen now. Nice level up. Ooh, that accuracy point actually matters. I was gonna say, on the plus side, I can shoot your traps or hit them with spells, because I have Lieutenant Manilon. So I'm gonna do my best to just at least instant trap shoot. So if you need me to, I can just pop them whenever you want. That's why I kind of like this character. It's a little risky in some runs, but a run like this, where you just want them as fast as possible, like that, just like, they don't have to worry about hitting it. I'll just hit it. I'll put a happy little Kafoi out to instant detonate if you want. Ooh, Streets of Rage 2. Heard this soundtrack in a while. John? I'm thinking once we do HellCleave cycle, we might do a couple of anniversary quests, but I have a feeling I don't really want this stream to go super, super long. I want to wrap it up before, way before 11, that's for sure. Whether or not that'll be 10:30 or 10 is TBD. But I know HellCleave is in the eternal grind here. Back an offering to join in. I was gonna say, we did have a person a moment ago. There we go, there's Murphy. I think Promethean was looking for people too. Super full inventory, that's fair. Marco says he could take my spot after this one. Gracious of Marco. HellCleave dance into, I think it's Shiva's boss theme. Been a while since I've fought him in 2. A vice drop, but no hit percentage. So sad. You know what's funny? I think I actually know what this is from, because I remember... I was trying to remember what Sengoku Basara was called before I got into the series. And I listened to the soundtrack. I think this is Sengoku Rensei. Because I couldn't remember what it was called. Let's see if that's true. It is in Sengoku Rensei. I tried. My memory's not great with names. Thank you for the good luck, RJ Chaos. Alright, so first vice dropped of the day for me, but ain't terrible. Hoping this gets a Yashiminikon of some kind. If not, oh well. Yeah, this character has been leveling up for sure. At this point, I really don't need it. Oh, 0 hit drop for you too. Good to know they are at least dropping. Unlike the Vivians. Oh, chat apparently just ignoring all the bad vices. I haven't seen that before. That was my first drop the whole time. So sad. On the plus side, I'm kind of instantly detonating people's traps. As soon as I see the panic trap, I'm hitting them. I was gonna say, I'm gonna need a cast buddy up here. Be my personal bodyguard for when I get just attacked by the triple Barans. There's just like a long gap in the song. Why is there a 1:30 gap in that song? That's actual insanity. Thank you. I have been protected. I reward you with murder of that entire squad. Hello, Lone Brands. Goodbye, Lone Brands. So close to Pew Pew Laser time, so I don't have to switch off this character. Oops, second vice, absolute garbage, unfortunately. Nicely done. Nice, I hit the dub switch. Thank you, Shotgun. There we go. I might use some Berserk to speed that up a little. Okay, if every single song in the soundtrack is gonna have like a 5-minute gap, I'm not doing this. I'm skipping ahead. Oh, as much as I like No More Heroes 2, I already know from that intro it's Philistine, but that's all lyrics. I can't do that one. Just all I needed to hear that, and I'll just instant call. Zero doubt. Wish they add a reskin for Striker Unit. Welcome, Techium. I guess it could be interesting. I probably shouldn't leave that PD on the floor. So we've done a little bit of Temple. We did Spaceship. We did AC Bed. We did CCA. We're now on some mines. I was gonna say Cannon Rouge, but blue. Blue Rouge. Or Cannon Blue, however you want to call it. So Spaceship is sadly still sub 9900 despite our runs earlier. We have a group that we could in theory do tower with, but I'm not in a rush. Welcome, Draken. I'm gonna be honest with you, of all the songs to pick from No More Heroes, I don't think I would have picked the rank 2 fight for that. I would have done probably Bat Jr., most of his themes, or We Are Cowboys. I don't know. I feel like for this game it was a miss. There are definitely much better songs than rank 2. I'm like listening to it. I'm like, it's very mediocre. There's some crazy themes in that game. We even could have gone for a classic like Bad Girl, ranked number 1 in the first game. Like, this song is nice, but it's not like... I still would not put this in a top 100. There you go. Flexing on my knowledge of the songs. I almost want to listen to those other songs instead. I might pause this and go listen to the soundtrack. Although sadly there are a lot of words in the later themes. The way chat knows what I'm talking about if they haven't played those games. We Are Cowboys is definitely a classic. I'm surprised that was not on this list. That's it. I'm looking it up manually. See, the sad part is, like, I actually know the song name, so it should not take me that long to get the theme going. Where's it? Where's it? We Are Finally Cow. It might be We Are Family Cowboys. Yeah, this is one of them. Although I'm looking for the No More Heroes 2 version. Oh, thank you, Callum. Hopefully you're doing well. Oh man, I still get knocked down. We call that the insurance versus those. Going to sleep. Nice, nice. Yeah, this is the first version of it. I'm looking for the second version. 1 second, chat. Might be this one. I will buff you, HellCleave. I know how much the Force needs that ATP. Even beat. I trolled myself. I didn't bring my other mag. Well, on the plus side, we could probably transition into new mop-up Operation 3 now that it's even beat. And then I forget what the Bat Junior themes are called. There's one I like, one I'm neutral towards. No More Heroes is such a weird game. What are the brands here? Although when it comes to identifying No More Heroes, I think it's just Struckman. Just Struckman theme is so bizarre and weird. It just undeniably, if I hear it, I know it's from No More Heroes. We're done with these. So 2 waves from the finale. Photon drop, I'll take that. Yeah, I think it's time to switch over to Red ID. So whatever HellCleave normally runs it with. I'll take the items back at some point. No More Heroes to Bat Junior. Oh, which one is it gonna give me though? Because there's more than one. This one? Skip that. This one's not bad. I'm looking for the other one. Nope, that's the same song. See, the problem is that there's more than one, so I'm like thinking about it. HellCleave doing the dance. I'll have to drop some items, I think. Oh well, I'm gonna leave those on the floor. No. What's his other theme? He has multiple battle themes. Yeah, this is the lead into it. Where's his actual... Oh, Desperate Struggle? No. Might be this one. Yeah, there we go. I'm like, I know it's his final form, but I'm like, that I don't remember the song name for this. Well, if HellCleave make potentially a Red ID game, presumably. HellCleave has arrived. Yeah, I thought they were gonna put this song in particular over the other one we were listening to. Assuming HellCleave has everything he needs there. I'm gonna put my stuff back. Okay. Cancel my weapon swap. The pew pew is here. Here, anyway. So yeah, I definitely thought they were gonna do either of those other two songs over Alice Twilight, I think her name was. Oh boy. I'm gonna say hitting the Goron detonators here is gonna be very interesting. Leave in the pew pew. Heal. Yeah, if this character manages to hit 180 by the end of the event, I would be very happy. And she could do basically everything, and I have 2 Ramarls at a good level. I'm definitely gonna debuff. I think I'll die if they hit me. That was a good call. Okay. See if it wraps these. Oh, thank you, HellCleave. So we'll do a little bit of this. Maybe we'll do a full clear of episode 4 while it's even B. I'll think about it. Unfortunately, the heat did make me feel a little tired, so I'm like, felt fine at the beginning of the stream, but now I feel like, ugh. Anyway. Let us switch back to the playlist. We'll move to the next song. I'm not even gonna take a guess. I don't know what this game is. Apparently it is Digimon Digital Monsters Rumble Arena. So much pew pew. There we go. At least I can say today I took advantage of even beat. And then I'll see how I feel after this one, if I want to do something else to raise points before TTF. But we'll be doing a few of these. The fact this character is 150 is quite good. Like my solo clear ability. I just had like one more heavenly ability to be capped out on everything. Retire the heavenly units. Nice. I'm surprised it still let me respond to that earlier asked question in the chat. So much pew pew. Thank you, Empire Bell, for subscribing. Appreciate it. If you enjoy the emote. The other one was apparently Kid Icarus Uprising music. I'm gonna guess by the image of this one it's Skyrim, but I would not have otherwise identified it. Oh. Rip. One detonator said no to the run. This XP is so silly, by the way. Going like way above 400 XP a second. What a quest. About says, hey Ziggy, I'm going to roll a force for my third character. I can't decide the section. I have a Green Ranger and a Sky Hunter, thinking pink or blue for the force. My general recommendation is probably not to play pink force. There are a lot of items there. So my statement to you would be there's a lot of things that are probably better worth trading for than hunting. Pink does... Why is this so loud? Hold on. Lowering that slightly. So I would say from the standpoint of hunts, pink ID's like not bad for self-found, but I feel like you might find it underwhelming. What kind of horse are you making to help make a final decision on that? Like, are you talking Faux Newman when you say force? Fomar? Fomaro? It does actually matter. Because Faux Newman is really good, for example, at all of the episode 2 boss rush IDs. Perfect. Faux Newman is super, super good at those. So I would generally lean towards something that would play towards the strengths. So for example, he could end up being like green, red, purple, technically could do white, orange, yellow. All those are pretty solid Faux Newman IDs. Blue ID is interesting. I just don't feel like, unless you're planning to host RT, I'm not sure what you would get out of Blue ID, or if you're looking to only do very hard mode, then Blue ID is very good. But Blue ID by itself is also kind of mediocre. Because there's not really a lot you're going to be doing. Like, if you do Blue ID, it would mostly be surface. You're not really going to do boss rush in episode 4. And the Faux Newman, like, absolutely silly slaps everything in episode 4. So anything that has, like, a really strong end-to-end hunt, I would probably revisit. So if it was specifically between pink or blue, I would pick blue, but with the understanding that you would need assistance for blue to do some of the better hunts. So like, blue's really good at Respect of Tomorrow in episode 2, but you as a Faux Newman never ever want to run that. Like you're like, you don't mind hosting it, but you do not want to solo it. Whereas like, if you do something like, as I said before, anything that's really strong boss drops, common or rare, Faux Newman is really, really good at it. Yeah, I think red's potentially very good. It's one of those ones where it can do surface and underground. The only downside is it doesn't get a boss drop. So I guess it depends on whether you care about going to the boss drop or not. If you see yourself farming bosses a lot, I would highly consider something other than red. If you're just looking for generic items to support your other characters, red is pretty good. Unfortunately, you already have a Green Ranger, so there's going to be a lot of overlap between green and red. That's the only downside. I really, really love Blue ID for very hard mode. I think they're like undisputed gods. So if you plan on like power leveling people, it's gotta be right back after we make the next one. Sure thing, HellCleave. So I do think Blue ID is like the king of very hard mode, to the point where like those runs are actually legitimate and you would run them even at high level. Being able to do like surface and underground for like double photon crystal chances, ignition cloak, heavenly arms, heaven striker coat, all those are actually worth value and worth more than a lot of like mediocre ultimate runs. Fine, back to raising the music back up now that it's not as loud as the other one. The other one was like ridiculously loud. So yeah, I would definitely check that out. We've been working on a section ID guide talking about like the bonuses of it. I definitely think their strong suits are they absolutely bully every area, so you kind of want an ID that can be played anywhere. So technically you can flex pick something like yellow ID too, although I think their hunts are kind of more neutral for force. Yellow ID is kind of crazy in the sense that if you don't care about doing episode 1 boss rush, it could do episode 2 as well as episode 4 start to finish. Yeah, Phonumen's a good one. You'll probably end up having multiple Phonumen, to be honest with you. I don't know if I would get super hung up on the first one. As long as you pick an ID that can do something in episode 4, it's hard to go wrong. But like technically Pink ID does that. I just feel like in terms of mileage, you might be disappointed with them. And I don't view Blue as all that great for episode 4 either. They could do surface for Astark hunts, but they're very... eh? Their strong suits are definitely episode 2. Yeah, Pinkle's like really good if you're doing self-found only and refuse to trade, but like honestly, time spent, it's not worth playing Pinkle. So like people say that all the time, but I'm like, yeah, it literally could just spend like 8 PDs and do the entirety of the Pink ID run with none of the hours spent. That's where the difference is. So I just want to draw that line when people say I did Pink and did this. It's like all their best hunts you just pay PDs for and you don't care about stat rules. So yeah, I would think about it. Purple's potentially a very strong one. They can technically do Millilily if you're feeling masochistic. I don't recommend the Millilily hunt, but they are actually good at it as Phonumens. Yeah, pink for Temple is fine, but like again, that's like not a Phonumen hunt. Because that's what I'm talking about. Cause we're putting it in context of that. Yeah, because I wouldn't lame hunt it. You guys are going way off track. We were talking about Phonumen. I don't want to talk about whatever Pink ID does. Phonumen will not do those hunts. Phonumen hate those hunts. You do not want to be a forced episode 2. It feels miserable. He's barely doable because at very high levels he could do Excal, but it's like that's not the advice I want to get on stream. Just want to be very clear. So it's like Pink ID is okay, but I think it's better suited for Rocket Seal. Yeah, purple doing Conjurer runs makes sense. Purple's okay here and there. Yeah, Phonumen kind of bad episode 2, so that's why I want to make sure. That's why I put in context, like, Blue ID is really good for Ranger. Like, it's weird because, like, that ID has, like, nothing for Rangers, but it's so easy for them to hunt. So they're like, oh, I love Blue ID CBET, or they're like, oh, I love doing Blue ID RT. You're like, you're not doing that as a force. Let's get out of here. Unless you're supporting somebody through it, then, you know, you gotta put it in context. But you yourself will not enjoy solo runs with it. Yeah, I personally prefer Ramaro a little bit for hunting solo, but Phonumen just generally clearing desert, or generally clearing crater, I think I prefer slightly over Ramaro. Yeah, but see, no. See, I don't want to bring those things up. Those are things you just pay for. Like honestly, if you're doing any kind of trading, don't even bother hunting those items. Like your time's hunting for Conjure to get like a Mother Guard plus when you could be getting Excaliburs is like not worth it. It is absolutely not worth it. I'm gonna be very blunt with that. It is super not worth it. Where it's like, yeah, like if you're gonna put the time in, like make sure it's like a Lame to Argent or a Heaven Striker. Like you want your hunts to be like ultra value if you're gonna play Ponuman. Pinkle gets the best cookies. Promethean is true. That is right, Promethean. I do like Pink ID cookies, but that's very niche. Yeah. They're not a bad idea to have if you're just looking to like fill in. If you're only doing self-bound, it makes sense to do pink. But in terms of like long-term enjoyment, you're gonna hit like ultimate pink and go, oh, like I got my 2 limiters and I'm done with the character. You have 2 Force IDs and they're both for P1 hunts. Yeah, I was gonna say I have forces of I think every ID at this point except for Sky, because I have no idea when I'm ever gonna do a Sky hunt. But now they put Lame to Argent in Desert and I'm like, maybe I'll do this. Maybe. Yeah, I've been really enjoying Yellow as a flex pick ID in general. Yeah, I think people are sleeping on Yellow ID. Yellow ID is so strong. That ID is bonkers. It's like, okay, you have some of the best generic hunts in episode 1. You have one of the arguably best hunts in respective tomorrow. And you option select boss runs for like valuable items for other characters. You're like, okay. I can randomly get Cannon Rouge for no reason on that ID too. Sure. What a silly ID. Obviously, it's not going to compete with the true value of green ID, red ID resets, where I think those are legitimately uncontested best quests in the game. The amount of PDs and Heaven Strikers you can get from those resets are insane. I think the only thing even coming vaguely close is Trell's Ego White ID. Otherwise, it's like, whew, they're on like totally different tiers. So yeah, I would view it as... The other thing I find funny about Yellow ID also happens to have almost everything you want as a force anyway. Yeah, like, I would double check it. In fact, we have a section on this. We might pop it up. If you're willing to stick around, Empire Belt, when we're done with this run, I'm going to open up my document. I was just typing this up today. Yellow ID surprisingly has almost every force item in the game. Just by the way. I was going through it, so if you were truly a self-found character, I would still probably play Yellow ID over Pink ID. The only thing I think Pink ID really gets an advantage are Limiter and Slicer Fanatic. Yellow ID gets so many better hunts in so many different areas. Yeah, we'll take a look at the end. We'll open the work in progress document up. Yeah, I was like legit just working on this before the stream. See, this kind of topic will wake me up. Like, we're awake now. We're excited to talk about it. But yeah, if you look, they get like all of the best barriers. They get basically the best amplifiers. They get all of the elemental wands and stuff. And they can still get ridiculous drops for other characters. It's very funny. Only downside is like, you arguably wouldn't do yellow mines with them unless in a group. Not that they can't, just that you'll probably find it more enjoyable to be ranger there. So they could still do a lot of solo stuff in episode 1. And honestly, anything in like forest caves I think would be fair game when considering hunts. Because I do think forces actually clean up those pretty well. Especially if you're doing anything that potentially is mixed runs, like if you wanted to do Rescue from Regal, which would be an example if I were to make a purple force, a quest that I would run, to just option select whether I'm doing Frozen Shooters or Cycle Wand, without needing to repeat Terrell's Ego until I die. So I think from that standpoint, there's definitely an interesting discussion as to which would be like the ideal IDs. Obviously, it's going to be a little different, and unfortunately, green ID does overlap a lot with red ID, even though green is really good. Ego is love, ego is life. Yeah, there we go. You can't escape Terrell's Ego. It is one of the best quests in the game. I think after the nerfs, it might be top 3 now. Because I would have put Lost Soul Blade above it before. Now, not so much. So I'm gonna whip out my document, and we're gonna go over part of it. We'll call it a sneak peek. So I've been redoing those sections to add more information. It'll be a good practice run for when I need to do the guide video. That guide video is gonna be so long, chat. I'm gonna have to break it up into like probably like 4 sections. It's gonna take forever. But I want it to be like super thorough. So when I'm thinking about like the force for Faux Newman, I really think anything that potentially does more than just one area or has like a really solid boss, I think is ideal. So Green ID is an example where they can option select into Galatine, Centurion ability, they get Heaven Striker, I think they get Dorfon Eclair Cannon Rouge. So technically they could farm everything you need for a Ranger on that ID. Red ID, they take it off of the Uber Rare, or not Uber Rare, they take it off the Dorfon Eclair and they move it into just a more easy hunt to get Cannon Rouge. But you'll see a lot of overlap between two of those, and that's why those particular IDs are just so strong on Faux Newman. But that's not to say the other ones aren't good too. Like in particular, if you're looking for a really good gun for Ranger, Purple ID, doing those rushes is kind of nice. Plus it also nets you things like V801, which is a nice, what I call secondary item. Where like, yes, you could pay points for it, but it's nice if you could get it while doing your main hunt. You just don't want it to be your main hunt, which is where I want to make that distinguishing point when we're talking about those items. Like, it's nice to get Heavenly HP, it's nice to get those things, but like, you could just pay a PD and instead go for something that's worth like 20 times the amount if it drops. As we talked about on stream a couple times, and spoiler for the guide, but essentially, if you roll like a high hit Heaven Striker, that thing is literally worth potentially thousands of PDs. Whereas, like, if you do a similar number of hunts in Pink ID, you're never gonna get anything that rolls that high. You're gonna get, like, what I call the mini payoffs with, like, Limiter. And, like, getting 20 Photon Drops or so isn't bad, but it's not thousands of Photon Drops, if that makes sense. So if you want to approach it from a class or a value standpoint, we could go into more detail there. Yeah, yellow is surprisingly good. I've been loving it so far on Rawcast. Because, I mean, like, I could do Endless Episode 1, which is, like, one of my personal favorite quests in the game. And that's not, like, the worst thing ever for solo Force. It is much harder in multiplayer, though. Because, unfortunately, Episode 1 enemies get really high ice resistance off Darkbringer. But from the standpoint of clear ability, they at least can wield Excal and do okay damage if they need to. Whereas, like, in Forest and Caves, you could purely win through techs. So full clearing that area with Razan, for example, is very easy. Or even just playing a support force is fine. Get out of here. Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about, like, all week. Like, what would I recommend as, like, a summary for IDs? And then chat can agree or disagree. And from there, it will improve the health of the document. Because I do think it is worth bringing up some of the points chat has mentioned, but I want to draw, like, a very distinguishing point where, like, there's this concept of, you know, self-found, value, clear ability. So there are, like, good IDs, technically for Force, that they might not clear that well, and there's things that are good for Ranger, or good for Hunter, but they can't clear them. So learning to distinguish where the class strengths are helps narrow down some of the ID choices. And recognizing that you mostly only care about Episode 4 is definitely a good start for Forces. Like, in a pinch, you can use them in Episode 1, but if they also happen to be a TTF ID, that's not bad for you. But Forces are one of the rare classes where they could just go, you know what, I'm never going to do a boss rush. I'm just going to hang out doing quests, like literally the quests we're doing now. New Mop-Up Operation 3, which gives the most insane experience. And yeah, I don't ever technically have to touch a TTF. So for them, it matters less because they're able to solo these things. Which I think is a very important point. I know a lot of people, when they're starting off their Forces, if they're like totally fresh, you know, they have to potentially do TTF and get carried. But if you have any kind of mind mag at all, you wouldn't even bother with like your typical leveling spots. They can solo kill so fast, it's actually bonkers. So especially with this event going on, if you've been saving up a lot of mind material, and you have even just like a half-decent mind mag, you would be surprised at how fast you could solo level. Whether you're doing Massive Attack B or the more risky new mop-up Operation 3. Well, the other one was RPG Maker 2000, and the one before that was Donkey Kong Land. Also, I don't know why this is Hunchback. I'm assuming it's from Kingdom Hearts, because this is definitely the Notre Dame. I think it's called Hellfire. It's like, Hellfire are burning, or something like that. Yeah, it's probably Kingdom Hearts. Which one, I have no idea. Other than not the first one, presumably. It is from Kingdom Hearts 3D. Close enough. Goodbye, Satellite Lizard. Yeah, I did like Purple Force though. I sometimes did that for my Heaven Strikers. It's definitely like one of the best runs in the game. Like arguably that's the only thing even competing at all with new mop-up Operation 3. But the fact that Phonumen can just pick and choose where their value is kind of funny. They're like, yeah, I just feel like doing this quest today, getting crazy value, don't worry about it. Let me grab this. I'm gonna go on a brief tangent for Empire. I'm gonna pop open my document in a second. And then we could do probably 2 more of these runs. Okay, tangent time. Let's see. It's gonna look weird. I'm gonna have to resize it, but that's fine. Over. Down slightly. Close enough. What I want to talk about from like a list of items perspective, they get a whole bunch of useful items across the board. I would say their highlights would probably be things like the Holy Ray. I think if we were looking into the individual drops, this might be a better view. Yes, a better view. They get a ridiculous number of Force items on Yellow ID. Just to put this in context for the chat to view, like the fact that they get every barrier is kind of silly, because not every class is able to do that, especially across box drops. They even get access to Psycho Wand for some reason. And from their standpoint, they also still get the Fire Scepters and Wands. So if you're playing a Fresh Force, it's still doable. The big thing with them is if you take a look at Ultimate, let me scroll down. Oh, that's not going to be on screen. That's unfortunate. I guess I can scroll slightly down to talk about one thing. So most of the time we're talking about like the Condru drops and the Saint Million drops. You're gonna have to take my word for it, but Yellow ID gets Galatine, which is amazing, and Daylight Scar, which is super good. Yeah, the problem with Section ID is that it's so intertwined with drops that it's like, it's always gonna be outdated, unfortunately. So that's where I'm gonna have to do it. So Techium says that, and I'm like, it would literally impact the entire video, because section IDs are 100% dependent on whether the drops are worth it. So if they ever change, it's just invalid, unfortunately. But from the standpoint of like the standard drops here, like Orange is also kind of a not bad run start to finish as like a value hunt. If you take a look at the right hand side of the screen, they get Common Slicer Fanatic, they get Blue Doshi, which is not bad, they get a V801, they get a Kunai, potentially could roll into Musashi, And then if you were to finish the run, you potentially get a Lame to Argent, which is an X-Cal. They potentially have some good things. Yellow ID getting Daylight Scar or Galatine, Swordsman Lore, mixed with Girasol are really good underground drops. And their surface is okay because they get Cannon Rouge from Dorfon Eclair, and they also get, as I said before, Girasol from Zeus. They're okay. There's definitely better surface IDs, but it's probably one of the better value hunts start to finish. But if we were to talk about like the individual IDs, let's very briefly go to like Blue ID, for example. Blue ID has like an okay number of things for a Force to grab. So you're going to be doing potentially like a lot of very hard mode hunts for Ignition Cloak, for example. I don't think they have anything that's like super crazy for some of the other builds. Like they're very good at doing, if you wanted, for example, Forest into Caves resets, doing, what's it called? Doing Towards the Future in order to get a combination of Holy Ray and Asteron Belt, for example. Like, those hunts are okay for Blue ID, but overall, like, most of these things, not a whole lot of value from these hunts from the Forest. Like, they're nice to have, but they are in kind of awkward places. Like, their Heaven Striker is in Ruins, so you're not really going to be doing a lot of Ruins Force. You could, it's just not really that efficient. You could, in theory, get Yunchang and Zamba, but that's in Seabed, and you don't want to touch Seabed. Do you have Heaven Striker code for Blue Very Hard Mode? I do, but I don't consider that a primary. So I'm just talking about primary items, like the reason you would take hunts, versus secondary. So if I go up higher, I have a list of items where, like, these are the items that define the hunt. Like, you are hunting because you are getting hit percentage on one of these items. Like, these are the endgame hunts. These are why these are the endgame hunts. What makes the hunts more valuable, which is what Techium is alluding to, is that sometimes they have a lot of supporting items. And I'm actually making sure I have it in here. I don't think I have Heaven Striker code. Yeah, let me add it in here. I think I missed that when I was going through here. Good catch. I don't think I added it in the primaries, correct? Yeah, I did not. So there's a lot of things that are basically considered core for your character, and you would potentially do hunts for these. Mother Garb, I might bump into secondary, to be honest, but for Forces, it is kind of their primary armor. So Forces would arguably hunt for these with high rolls, but ultimately, most of your value is going to come from the weapons. There are technically supporting items you can get along the way, like in technically Viridian, it gets like the rare Madams. I think it's Umbrella. That's like an uber rare, but like you're not going to use that over Terrell's Parasol. Like you're just not. So like these things are like nice if you happen to pick them up, and they might have value, but honestly, they're just not going to be worth it as much as something with hit percentage here. So when we're talking about, we were comparing before pink and blue. So a lot of blue's value is actually in very hard mode, which is not a bad thing. Honestly, I do kind of recommend that at some point, especially if you're looking to help other players, you probably make a blue ID Phonumen. Like that, I think, is one of the strongest IDs in the game for helping new players. But in terms of like actual value, they're not really going to have that much in Ultimate that a Force can access. Sadly, a lot of their best items are just elsewhere. So that's where you have to kind of compare this list of like what is good for your character against a list where you're like, okay, like how much of my good items are in Seabed? You're like, wow, that would be really great if I got all these things, but I can't reach them. These are hunts you're never going to do as solo Phonumen. So just kind of, I want to draw that out a bit more. Similarly, Pinkle has an interesting array of items, but they're also kind of in awkward areas for the character. So they have like access to things like Lame to Argent, but it's in CCA. So again, I'll try to bring up these things when we're going through the guide, and that's why I have these different lists for people that don't know that kind of information offhand. But I do want to make sure and kind of draw out that a lot of their best items, you just spend like a few PDs and you move on. Like, if you don't super care about defense, like you're not the Phonu role, most of the time you can just buy a cloak and just move on. So like if your best items are here, but you're getting like no value for rangers, and you have like a really awkward lame hunt, it's kind of questionable whether you want to commit to a pink ID. Like their runs are very focused in areas like desert and CCA, and while they can do desert, it means you could do barely half of their total hunts, so you'd probably be only doing like one legitimate quest over and over. Oh, I forgot to put the Halloween quest in here as an example. Yeah, I could probably just add it in here as a sample. Whereas, like, if you look at something like Yellow Boss, they could just kind of do whatever. Like, honestly, it's kind of insane that they could just do whatever they want. Like, are you hunting Galatines? Great. Sadly, Phonumans can't really do this, so I think a raw cast is maybe slightly stronger on Yellow than other classes might be. But the fact that you get, like, the Cannon Rouge, the Girasol, the Proof of Sword Saint, the Galatine, the Daylight Scar, like, that's so much value from one hunt, it's actually kind of bonkers. Right? Like, how many IDs can you say offhand can hunt for 3 endgame weapons in one run? Not many. So I want to draw attention to that in particular, as I feel like people sleep on how ridiculous Yellow ID is in some of the areas. I am sad they nerfed Lost Soul Blade though. Rip Lost Soul Blade. At least Orange ID still runs Lost Soul Blade, but yeah, there's no point in really running that on Yellow anymore. Yeah, and even just from the fact that if you have like a raw cast in particular, or looking to make one in the future, they could do basically everything in episode 1 and episode 2. And because almost every area has something that they want, they could just do a quest called Endless, which basically just means they get nothing but value every single time they run a quest. And if they want to get a lot of Galatines or V501s or the LNK combats, great, they just play a solo quest, A New Hope. Or hey, you want to do boss rush? Cool, you get small chances of Daylight Scar for no reason on your run for Galatine and Parasitic Gene Flow. Like, Yellow ID is very silly. I want to draw attention to how silly it is. So, honestly, the fact that it even gets, like, all of these in lower difficulties is hilarious. Like, think about, like, from the perspective of a Force user. You have all your main barriers here, you get all of the wands, and then you get almost every single ranger weapon of value on Yellow ID. Like, isn't that crazy? Look at this, chat. They have everything. Although I should move this one out, actually. Alright, that is in an inappropriate location. That goes in honorable mentions. So from the standpoint of just looking for endgame items, they kind of have everything, to be honest. They're missing some basics, but like not a lot of basics. Like the fact that they can get V101 and LNK Combat and Girasol and Holy Raid, just get Brave Band and Galatine. You're like, hell yeah. This ID can do almost anything you want it to. It's a magic ID. Yeah, some other people... Yeah, I would say the common ones, let me go up slightly. Should be... Here it is. So I've been like the quick summaries for people that don't want to read the other tables. So when I'm talking about like Phonumans, I really think they do best on anything that has a boss rush potential. So if we look at what I recommend here, you know, it could be green, it could be yellow, it could be purple, it could be orange, it could be yellow, it could be white. I would say I will add one thing for them just to round it out. Where's it at? Oh, I put it in here already. Never mind. Disregard. So they could cover basically any of those IDs we just mentioned and red. Because it's just, if you don't feel like fighting a boss, you could do red. Otherwise, you just pick one of the value boss runs and have fun doing whatever you want. So anyway, just wanted to kind of bring it up there. So we'll be going over this document in like a lot of detail. The guide is kind of nuts. I spent a while trying to piece it together because I think a lot of people are saying like, what IDs do I pick? And I feel like to some extent I will agree to some of the IDs that are picked in like the Ephinea wiki, but I want to be very clear like why I'm picking the ID, because I feel like people will see like, oh, you can pick white ID because it's generally good, but I'm like, but why is it generally good? Why would you pick it on this character even though it's a generally good ID? Like, what are you looking to get out of white ID? And I feel like people that haven't played the game will not be able to answer that question looking at the guides, right? Because you're like, white is like Fantastic Tower and Fantastic Forest, but like, we need to have a point where we could talk about it, where like the same class will be good at some parts of white and not other parts of white. And that's where I want to talk about it and break it down. So like when we're talking about like the best items in the game, for example, you know, I'm gonna call them the Power 6 of Heaven Striker, Frozen Shooter, Excalibur. I could probably just call this Flame to Argent, actually. Hold on, technically gonna update my document. Galatine, Daylight Scar, Cannon Rouge. Like, these are the 6 items that are going to drive all of the endgame hunts in PSO. And I don't feel like looking at the wiki, you will necessarily get that information. So I'm looking to do something other than, like, copy anything verbatim. I want to make it very clear why some IDs are strong, and or where they are strong, and then kind of go through and do this. So this whole document is already available in the Discord, for those that are curious. If you think I'm missing something, because sometimes, honestly, you could see this is a very long guide, I probably missed something. So I will do my best to go back and clean up these items. But I think for the most part, for like every single one of these IDs, I try to reference at least one or more quests, because I feel like it goes in tandem with like, okay, let's say I'm a white ID. What do I actually run in white ID? Oh, I didn't really update white that much. But from that standpoint, it's like, okay, like Terrell's Ego is one of the best ones. Endless is really good for yellow, or for episode 2. Phantasmal World 2 is really good for, you know, Disco Brave Man runs, or you may be doing Sweep Up Operation 9 for V502 hunts. So I want to draw people's attention to that for when they're looking to understand what to do when they even have these characters, because not every character is good at every episode. So it kind of helps to understand in a quick summary, which is what this is intended to be, where your good items are, right? Because so this will hopefully drive a lot of the questions down when people come in to talk about like, oh, I've made a character, where should I go with them? It should be covered. But I also want to make sure that for the people that are curious, I'm gonna go, oh, I forgot to update that, whoops. See, I made a mark for me to update this, I have to update that later. But for people that are looking to go for like area by area, I want to make sure I talk about like what IDs are good at specific areas to kind of reinforce our talking points. Like, what, like if I say yellow is potentially good in caves, why is it good in caves? Or like, why is white ID potentially good in caves? So I want to talk about those things and then potentially link those in with some quests that people are looking to do. And for people that are just like, I don't care about the individual value, I want to know what's just really good in episode 1, perfect. I have that section in this guide for you to just quickly go to. If you don't care about the individual areas, just cool, just play Terrell's Ego White ID. Do you know what I mean? And if you want more of a breakdown, then great. It's all in here for you to read in more detail. So hopefully, you know, people of different experiences will hopefully be able to use the guide to find the information that they need. And for people that are just looking for like truly some of the most broken value quests, like I want to draw attention to that, because again, new players are not going to know about things like Hal's Clock Challenge. They probably don't know about Phantasmal World 2. They probably wouldn't play A New Hope because they might only be doing multiplayer, and they would miss how unfair this quest is at giving double Gal Griffin in order to get Galatine ×2 in a single run. You know, these are the kinds of things I want to talk about, so that way people... This is the quest I reference way too often. But talking about things like the Heaven Striker resets, or like Pod, which is what Techium was referring to earlier for purple Heaven Striker. I want it all in the guide, chat. You have no idea. I'm like, done. Once the video is out, we're going to be breaking it down into... Probably each major section will be its own video, but even each section will be its own intertwined value. And then for people that are just looking to see, you know, what weapons do I get with this ID? If you just want to see in general, I have compiled a list for you, and I tell you exactly what enemy drops it. So that way you're not hunting like all over the place trying to figure out where it is. And again, if you just want to see like what are some of the things you can hunt in Forest that I consider important, you know, the mix of the primaries and the secondaries, which is what Techium is alluding to, you could click on something like the Underground section and compare, like, oh, my primaries of Sky ID are Lame to Argent, Gira Souls. I can even get Blue Adoshi, Violet Nibidao, and Centurion ability. And I have a lot of supportive items, you know, if I'm a newer player. Or I could compare that to something like, you know, we're talking about Yellow ID, Galatine, Daylight Scar, Gira Soul, Swordsman Lord, Lieutenant Mantle, Select Cloak, Dragon Scales. Technically, everybody has access to those. Photon Crystals and Heavenly Powers. So, like, you'll see which batch I think makes sense for you. And then from there, you might make a more educated decision on what you like to do. But I do just want to draw out, like, potentially, like, how insane some of these drops are. Like, you know, Orange ID Surface, SV801, Kunai, Slicer Fanatic, Musashi. Like, these are all potentially endgame, depending on what you roll here. Or if you even just want to compare some tower IDs, because I think it's also kind of confusing if you look at the drop charts, because it's hard to... not hard to remember, but you can't necessarily see what Gibbles drops and the tower drops and some of the other things drop, like Gaiguis, because they're not all in one place. So I just put it in one place. So if people are like, why were we running CCA earlier? Great. LNK combat is Miracle. Miracle is LNK 38 combat. Lava's Cannon from Gibbles. You get Twin Blaze from Miracle. Technically get Madam's Umbrella from Delbeater if you're doing tower. And then, you know, here's a Heart of item you could get at Delily. So these are the things that hopefully people will find useful in their own little sections. And it all just depends on comfortability with the game. So, you know, some sections will be probably more heavily used than others. But for people that want to go through and really compare and value, you know, what am I getting? Like, what if I had just done this ID instead? This kind of makes it a bit easier to read. So, anyway, that's our long tangent. But trust me, chat, I've been working on this guide for a while. It is like a bazillion pages. So anyway, document time is over. Back to PSO. Sorry about that. Anyway, if you want access to it... Yeah, no problem. So, thanks for the info. Check the doc out in the Discord. Yeah, the Discord link is in the PSO section. There's a thread underneath that has access to the Google Doc. You could go through it. There's only like a couple things I want to touch up. Otherwise, it's like 95% there. But yeah, those are the kinds of things I want to talk about. Like, again, when we're comparing value or talking about good hunts, I want to be very specific and very clear because I want to make sure that people get what they need out of it. Because there are a lot of really good IDs, especially for Faux Newman. And trying to condense that down to a simple answer is complicated. So I've been going and making sure that anything that I put into those quick summaries is derived from those literally dozens of pages going over those items. Because I want to make sure for the people that just want the quick summary, great, it's there for them. For the people that want to understand why I did that, great, it's in there. For the people that are like, I just want to compare on my own, I don't need you necessarily to tell me, great, it's going to be in the guide. To make the money back doing this, nice. Promethean says, is there a section that mentions selling cookies to get super quick PDs? I should probably mention cookie quests a bit more. I have mostly just put in the seasonal quests, and I did put a disclaimer that I'm not going to mention every quest, but I probably should mention specifically Pink ID Cookie. I will actually make a note, Promethean, to add that. I think that's actually worth talking about. Okay. Back to Pew Pew. So yeah. Anyway, you can imagine that's what I'm doing between streams. I'm just like, okay, did I typo something? Did I forget an item? I think at one point I literally looked through every single drop at the game, but sometimes I forget to make sure to update it. So for example, you know, there are some interesting items that drop at lower difficulties, and I feel like I should really talk about it in that guide, since there is such a strong, I would say, inclination to play something like Blue ID on very hard. I think they're a fantastic ID for power leveling people. Also, why does this song sound familiar? Hold on, I'm distracted. Is this a remix of Adventures of Mana? Well, it could be the Game Boy version. What was that game called? Yeah, it's okay. It definitely is. It's the boss battle music. I don't really like this remix. It's from Sword of Mana. Yeah, that's the remix. Nice. No worries, Marco. I was gonna say, we played through the Secret of Mana games. I played through the original version versus the GBA version. The other songs were apparently Vagrant Story, Blaze Union, Vagrant Story, Wild Arms 3, Dragon's Dogma, Mass Effect 2 and 3. Okay. No worries. Hopefully you get some rest, Marco. I know it's getting late. But yeah, I just want to make sure that that guide covers like as much as possible. And again, I'm not sure. I'm always going back and forth and tweaking it a little bit, but definitely if you feel that there's something that's missing, I want that to be like ultra comprehensive. So we already have one that has like a lot of tips for newer players. So I've been steadily adding new tips if I think I forgot something to talk about in there. But yeah. Onumans are so good. So I'll just have to figure out the amount of... I think for me, talking about the guide is more just, if I put it in a video, how much of each of those summaries do I go into ultra detail, or do I save that for later sections? That's more what I'm thinking about, because I don't want to just read what's on the guide. Like, I have to convey the information, but, you know, I could pop up some images for some items. But I don't want to necessarily go down to a hunt level detail until we get further in the guide. Oh, speaking of Guilty Gear, probably step out after these next 2 runs. Sure thing. So we'll wrap it up. I think once HellCleave needs to step out, we might switch over to some TTF. Since I got some stuff I gotta do. Yeah, so unfortunately, I technically did the guide before the event started. I was just saying to myself, I don't think I'm ready to record it though. So it's mostly there. I'm mostly just refining detail, just making sure there's more of it. So that way it's less of like a video guide and more of a guide that can stand on its own. And I think I'm mostly confident it's there. There's like 1 or 2 small sections I still have to update. But otherwise, all of the main information, and even most supplemental information, is there. Pew, pew, pew. So yeah. I'm not sure if they're, like, I think other people have asked before, like, some tips on, like, where to stand and stuff like that, and I don't think a lot of that works ultra well in a written guide, but I have been trying to capture more tips for like advancing your gameplay. So we talk about things like slime duping there and, you know, prioritization. We talk a little bit about that in quests. On stream itself, we usually try to break down a quest. I didn't do so too much today, but I know last stream in particular, when we were learning tower quests, for example, I just try to articulate like what my thought process is in learning a quest. And is it the best? Probably not. I'm not going to be one of those speedrunners for PSO. But from the standpoint of just improving, you know, quality of life, you know, denoting in a tower run, you know, I talk about it before. There's 2 waves in front, 1 wave in back, then I have Diggifoe. So I just try to articulate or externalize the thoughts about how to clear those kinds of dungeons. So I tried to put a lot of different tips for traps, because I think traps are extremely useful at making certain runs way easier. And then I think where things like the Force Shines, highlighting what they're able to do, talking about things like Gifoe stacking, talking about what enemies it potentially works on, introducing those concepts to new players, I think is super important. Because again, it could just be like people mirror it but don't really understand it. So I'm just looking to add some knowledge when it comes to that. Sounds vaguely familiar. I have to listen to more of it. I'll give my guess in a minute. Trying to figure out why there's squeaks in the song. Oh, you know what this is? This is the Spider Ladies theme in Diablo 3. Survey says Diablo 3 soundtrack Spider Queen fight. Damn. Got it. Pew pew. Goodbye, enemies. I don't think I've ever heard the theme go on this long, to be honest with you. Boss fight usually done in like 30 seconds. There we go. Ooh, they teleported. That really sucked. Damn, they were all lined up. I don't think I recognize this game. It's from Tailsweaver. Reading the title did not tell me what the game is. I don't know what that is. Another gold badge, huh? Well, on the plus side, I think I got my 95 gold badges now. That didn't take too long into the event. Pew pew pew. Divine lizards. Or Rappy frozen in the sky. Perish. Draco Cougar says any low levels want to run some games. Out of curiosity, Draco Cougar, what is your level? These 27. I am tempted to help rush today a little bit. Not all the way to 80, but just like a little boost. So many level 29 techniques. God, I don't care about most of them. Goodbye, synthesizer. No worries, Rakukuga. You are enjoying your character. Goodbye, satellite lizards. So much XP. Yeah, 400 XP a second is very silly. Quest is just bonkers. So we'll do one more quest, and then I think we'll switch into TTF. I'm willing to grind that out till, let's say, about 9:40-ish. As I said before, I gotta prepare some stuff for tomorrow. So I knew it wouldn't go to 11. But I think before I feel too sleepy, we'll wrap up with some TTF. I might be able to do a little bit of a bonus game on Friday. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on the Discord. Thursday, I can't. I'm gonna be at work. I have things I gotta take care of after work. So I'm barely gonna arrive home before I go into Chrono Cross tomorrow. Friday will be semi-similar, but the difference is that my work time is a little different. I'm gonna be getting out earlier. Okay. Pew 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 pew. Goodbye, Goron. Level up. Ooh, Final Fight. You put Final Fight in best battle themes of all time? I don't know about that. Oh, that's really suspect. You didn't even you put one Streets of Rage theme over Final Fight? You're actually mad. You're mad, YouTube playlist person. I'm gonna be like, I disagree. Let's put away some skip dolls. Oh, I only had one. Never mind. Gonna say Murphy must be feeling happy. New cast already 153. Able to basically hold their own at this point. That's too good. Zoom in a little more. Yeah, if by Friday, for some reason, it's not at 10,000 points, we'll help out. I'm hoping by then it won't be, or it will be, because I'm not going to touch the game tomorrow at all. So close to max ATP. MST is really solid. As I said before, like one Heavenly, I replace my arms with it. Getting that ability up. Don't know why I buffed. That was a habit. Pew 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 pew. Silver badge, not bad. check what song the other game was from. I didn't recognize it. Normally fairly good at identifying music. I think some of this is going outside my wheelhouse, as it were. When we start getting into non-RPGs, I'm like, I have no idea. It could be anything. This up in a way that I can actually see it. It was apparently from Mass Effect 3 earlier. This one is apparently from Star Fox Assault, Planet Saria. Unfortunate that my aim went backwards to hit the one near me. Pew pew pew. Yeah, I think in a quest like this, the Romar is actually pretty good at cleaning it up. Quests where the force can stack. Ooh. King of Beauty. Like, when we're playing Christmas Fiasco, 100% would rather play Phonuman over Pew Pew Laser. Like, oh, come on. You really crit me to kill me? Really? Man. Actually, a decent stats, too. Say my defense isn't even that low. It's 505. Why did I die to that? Game, please. HellCleave staying behind a heal. Very nice of HellCleave. Anyway, you could say we tried some HellCleave runs. Now we'll try to wrap it up with some... presumably LNK Combat 38. Somebody is a Viridian, otherwise we'll just go for Green ID or something. I think is equally strong. I do think my favorite TTF IDs are still Viridian and Green. I think Red's also pretty solid during Rare Enemy Week. If you're going to do Red Ring during Rare Enemy Week, you might as well go for Red Slime. Material for sure. Ouch. I have been running over. Get that bronze bad. Yeah, this character's scarily close to Red Ring levels. The fact that I could probably have this character hit 180 next week if I wanted to is kind of insane. Pretty much if every day I just gained 5 levels. Not super hard if you're playing episode 4 with Pew Pew Laser. Oh, I got hit. Just leveled up. Yeah, mostly just contemplating to myself, since I would like to do Blue Ranger. Which one do I think would be the best? Be Blue Ranger ID. Right, because they'd have to do Seedbed and potentially RT. So I don't know if they'd be a solo Ranger ID. If I'd rather have Rawcast or Rawmore for that. HellCleave is typing. Oh, you went Rockaseel? Interesting. I was thinking about Rockaseel. I was gonna make a pink one. I could technically make a blue one as well. If I wanted more solo play. Because the advantage is... Yeah, I'm thinking... I was originally leaning towards Rawmar for buffs. But and also just landing Hell, because, you know, Rawmar's stupid. But But I was thinking, like, would it make sense to do Rocket Seal for some of the things? Because, like, where Blue ID is good, very hard mode. So, potentially Rocket Seal there would be strong. If I wanted to do Seabed, I think she's still pretty good, because she's got traps, and she's a ranger. That's all you really need. If you really need to, she could do enough damage for it. But ideally, you would instead be doing something like demons to kill some of those things. I think she might be strong. I guess if I get good enough gear, I could technically still Blue ID Seabed her. And maybe it would make sense if I just have a pink and a blue Rocket Seal. And then I already have a yellow for doing Rawcast for RT, because I find that a lot of fun. Because I care more about raw damage with him than Hell. Is there anywhere I think the Ramar would be needed? I already have a white Ramar. Serves a very similar purpose. I feel like I'd be able to more easily beat like public games with Ramar than I would the Ramar. As much as I started to like him towards the end, he's still a very expensive character to get going at high level. I think once I get more challenge weapons, I might pop him in a bit more. Like when I'm able to get, for example, like a Zalorgon. He is most definitely landing things like Hell Needle and everything else. But to get that little extra for boss debuffing, I think would be huge. That was apparently Magna Carta Sentinel, and this is Magna Carta 2. I don't think I've played either of these games. They look vaguely familiar, though. Yeah, I think I might agree with HellCleave. I'm gonna double check up my guide. I think my guide only mentions pink ID as an extra. I should probably put blue in there. And the reason you would want blue, just for chat clarity, is you basically just want Rocket Seal to be on anything that requires a mix of Hell and potentially freeze traps in a single run. So there's a lot of Jaya runs you could do on very hard mode on CCC, and she would be super stupid good at it. And even with things like Pink ID, she'd still be pretty good at CCA solo, since most of it is Hell anyway. And the targets that are more annoying to kill, she can kill, or she can freeze trap them and then kill them. Like Gibbles is not something she's gonna instantly kill, for example. Where things like Miracles can be kind of annoying depending on their spawn pattern. But like a good trap and then just damage is good enough. That means I'm probably gonna have to play for more deep parts then. That's basically what I got out of the conversation. I don't think I have enough deep parts for 2 Rocket Seals. I do like them a lot because they are like ultra unkillable in single player. So they're super forgiving. Just they also don't do damage, so I don't really like boss runs with them. But I guess if I have yellow ID and I have multiple blue IDs anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter who I bring. Like bringing a Rocket Seal to host isn't the end of the world for RT. At least it's a Ranger with Cannon Rouge. Like, you can't go wrong with a Ranger with Cannon Rouge and RT. She just won't be the quote-unquote best at it. Apparently this is Madoka Magica? The series sounds familiar, but like, why is this on the top 100? Oh, I got slapped to death. Rip me. Okay, so sadly I'm not really seeing any Heaven Strikers today. We tried. Got a couple more chances. But looking grim. Bye, Yaoi. I think we got a pretty solid amount of PSO. We come this way before. We're actually in a time loop. We just think we're making progress. It's actually just the same day over and over. nice solid, potentially 5 hours PSO. That's a good little bonus session. Oh no, chat using the autocomplete text. Both of us just saw my health, and I'm like, yeah, I should probably cure the poison. Poisoned into Burning Room is quite a combo. Goodbye, Satellite Lizards. So yeah, this character with one adept, I think would survive now doing tower. I don't know if I want to host with her yet in tower. I think there's certain runs I do, but I do actually think my White ID Force has been putting in a lot of work. And I think actually for the anniversary quest, I'd rather play Force, which is like almost a word you never hear me use in regards to episode 2, because I absolutely loathe it. But like that's one of the few quests I actually feel like empowered as a Force. Like I could shut down every bad wave. I could debuff. You can keep the party strong. And then I can even just, like, stun lock with Robarda. This is from Knights, apparently. Yeah, the fact that, like, just doing 2 of these quests levels me is kind of funny to me. That means in about a half hour I level. So yeah, it really would not be hard to get potentially 4 to 5 levels every day. Whether I wanted to level for 5 days or 7 days. Just hit 180. I don't think I'll bring this character into TTF. I think I'm going to bring in big damage. Yeah, I think I'm going to go put these items away. Yeah, sadly I wouldn't host it with her ID since she's White ID. These away. 5 PDs. Wait, how many PDs am I back up to? I remember I was at 40 earlier. 42, I think. I'm at 70 photon drops. Wow. Well, anyway. Oh, now I hear the Knights theme. Okay, if I heard that, I would have guessed Knights. Yeah, there's that dumb in the night. Oh, we're doing TTF next. Oh, this specific quest is new mop-up Operation 3. It is fantastic. I believe the base XP is 211,000-ish if you kill all the Rappies. And keep in mind we get reduced experience. Is green better than red here? Both are good. Green gets V101, red gets like just get Brave Man. That's their main difference. Yes, even HellCleave is saying the same thing. They're pretty much identical, honestly. The difference being, like, red would be able to do surface into underground for other quests, and green ID gets a better boss drop with a rare Cannon Rouge on surface. That's their big difference between them. They're both fantastic episode 4 IDs. They're probably top 2. I don't think the other ones come that close. Okay, I'm bringing in the damage. The damage is here. So let's do some TTF to end the stream. We'll do at least, say, 5? I think that's a fair number. Let's see what IDs people are. I'm seeing a green ID, so that trumps Sky. Because I'm not a big fan of Sky ID TTF. It's okay. It's not bad for going for calibers at the end. That's about it. Oh, there's a Viridian. Wait, Draken's Viridian. Never mind. I was gonna say. Do we have a 4th player that'll help determine whether we swap characters? Thank you, HellCleave. If somebody would like to do TTF, we're just trying to determine whether or not we need to swap into a force. I know I'm bringing the damage. Tiggy says they can TTF. Come in, Tiggy. Join us, Tiggy. No worries, Techium. What do you need me to play? Do you have a force, Tiggy? We have an army of robots. Yeah, I think you have at least one photo roll, I think. If you want to level them a bit. We'll have Draken make the game, because Viridian is LNK combat. I'm not going to say no to that. So go ahead, Draken, you can get the game started. We'll join it. There we go. Let's go ahead and join the game. Boom, boom, boom. Well, Angry Stomp is for Tiggy. Tiggy is prepared. Okay. Wait, you use Magical Piece in TTF? What do you use it on? Is it for the Sinnohs? Yeah, that's the only thing, because we'll be skipping Sinnohs for the most part. Yeah. Oh, spinners. Oh, that's true. True story. Yeah, that makes sense. My brain was like, what? Yeah, no, yeah, that's fair. I was gonna assume Tiggy is Summit Moon to bully Four Falls. This is apparently from Fire Emblem 6. I couldn't tell you if I played this one or not, to be honest with you, because I don't know how the Fire Emblem numbering works. Is that before the English one? Is the English one 7? I don't remember how the numbers work. Lightning Blade was Japan. It just says 6, so I'm like, I have no context. And the one that came out in English didn't have a title. 7 was English? Yes. I dodged that bullet. I'll let chat kill that room. Chat can stay behind because there's technically skin or hearts for killing the barbles. They're called. You could do that for value. I kill so quickly I could just solo this area, to be honest. Like, just look at that. Like, nobody even got to participate there. Look at this. Oh, Hugh Cast, you're so silly. It is called In the Name of Burn. Parameter on the ball. So, the other thing that Viridian gets in the run, we have LNK combat on Worm. There's also Lava's Cannon chance from Sorcerer, so I might kill the Sorcerer? I don't know, it's not mandatory. It just depends on how long people take. If everybody's in the room, I'll skip it. Otherwise, I'll do the cheesy ball up kill. What you'll see me do is I'm going to be slime duping regardless of ID to try to get the group badges and stuff. So I'm going to be skipping Dragon Drop for the most part. So just be aware of that. I'm going to be doing 3 auto attacks into Fire Trap in order to spawn more of them. So that 1 slime will turn into 4, and then the 4 slimes at the end will turn into 16. There's just 20 extra chances of item drops for the team. It generally doesn't slow the run up at all. But if you do notice that you're pulling it, just be careful not to leave it in the center of the room in the first area, because that is the only place where that will make me very sad. So I'm going to try to walk where I think the warp is. I might have messed it up. You know what? Actually, it's pretty close. I will absolutely take that. That was pretty close. So any time loss spent from me slime duping, I make up by skipping to here. As you can see, I'm like a solid 4 seconds in front of the team. So if I make somebody wait 2 seconds for slime duping, oh well. Just honestly, I've made up the time. Oh, chat slime duping for me. Oh, I appreciate you so much. So I'm gonna go ahead and blow up this wave, and then I'm gonna freeze trap, and I'm gonna kill every Lily here because it's funny. Because this is also just free badges. So anyway, the only thing I ask is if you kill all the enemies in this one room leading from the main room, please make sure to assist me to get through this. Oh, I gotta get through. You see my damage is pretty silly. And by the way, since we're gonna be waiting anyway, you could kill those lilies and the nano dragon too. Like, this is how you optimize kill in the run. So if you want to go back and kill those, you have time before the other thing spawns. So you just quick kill that lily and you should be good. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. 1, 2, 3. Let's start duping. Tiggy's already at the door, so we're not gonna lose any time in the run. As long as one person's in the other room, they could just take the warp whenever. Because again, I'm gonna be spawning a lot of badge chances for the group here. And you can see I wasn't like too far off, so I would have been about 4 seconds. And Tiggy covered all the time lost there. But by the time I get here, team should be good. Okay. Now we're just waiting for the team. There we go. So yeah, if you want, one person can literally just stay behind and kill nano dragons and then wait to clear the other room. Because if we do it well, we can just get every single kill without losing like even a single second. It's kind of insane. Oh, they got Jellin. GG. Welcome to Jaya, baby. It's Jaya time. Go to sleep, worm balls. Alright, we're gonna hold down and right now that the cutscene is starting, so I end up near the items. I'm going to confuse trap twice the upcoming robots. That way they punch each other and I get free kills. It's up to you if you want to get some cheeky kills and kill some of them. But for the most part, they should just kill themselves. There's going to be like 1 or 2 stragglers at the end. No, that's honestly just a gut call whether we do it. As you can see here, I'm just going to do a couple pot shots here. Since I don't want to be first in the next room anyway, I'll just get the kills. Fine. That would have been fast had I not missed that. Oh, going back for the badge. Oof. Well, I'll protect you, Tiggy. How's that, Tiggy? Alright, so I'm definitely going to be behind for Sinnoh Red, but that's fine. I'm sorry, that's a Megan of what level? I'm sorry, what? Did I just get Megan 28 to drop? What? Oh, 26. Oh. Not as exciting as I thought it was. I would not have gone back for that. I thought it was Megan 28. I'm like, that's actually an upgrade on most of my forces. 26s, I think, where most of them are now, sadly. Oh well. Give that to a new player. So sadly, I'm going to be pretty far behind here. I can't assist you. But my visual cue assistance would be if somebody goes for the Sinnoh Red, when you see the graphic spawn in, not the shadow, but the graphic of Sinnoh Red, you can kill him there. I'm probably going to use a confuse trap here. Team doesn't have to worry about me. I should be good. And the reason I want to do this is that while baiting them, I'm just going to get free kills anyway. So you can see, like, even though I'm behind, I'm just going to get extra kills here. Although I should probably die mate since I'm passing by 2 robots. So yeah, I killed the Sinnoh for free by just walking towards them. I'm not, like, super far behind the group. That wasn't too bad. That was Labyrinth, Beyond the Labyrinth OST. Now we're listening to Project X Zone, which I haven't decided if I wanted to play or not. It seems like a game I would like, but it also is just very horny because it's just all crossovers. I was gonna say, it's definitely Twin Blaze o'clock. Hell yeah, Twin Blaze o'clock. It's my favorite time of day. Damn, it didn't even make it to the second monitor. I love Twin Blaze with Rawcast. Thank you, Twin Blaze Rawcast combo. And to think it's only gonna get stronger. I'm not a cat ATP. So I can always just do a little more. Also, I'll move the mouse in a second. Goodbye, mouse. Take if it's money. Oh, it's still atomizer. Boo. Want that. Alright, so let's try to set this up. So I'm going to go for 2 fast strats. I'm going to pause trick. I'm going to freeze trap roughly in the middle of the room. I'm going to do it again here. Kill him with combo. And if I'm the first person in the room, there's something I could do here. Oh, Tiki went first. Never mind. Can't do it anymore. Rip. No fast strat here. I have to be first in the room. So if I'm first in the room, I can freeze the sorcerer before it teleports even once. Otherwise, my backup strat is I put 2 freeze traps here, and generally he'll teleport towards me. But unfortunately, it could be a little erratic, depending on if you have rangers. So in that case, it teleported towards the ranger. So it's wherever the ranger is where he teleports. In solo play, he'll only hunt you down, so you can just put a freeze trap near you when he kills himself. Kind of funny. Here, no Lavis Cannon. Goodbye. No longer care about the room. Uh-oh, chat dying over there. I'm gonna teleplay. I don't really view this as best battle video game theme of all time. I'm gonna be real with you. We let it play out. I'm not feeling it. I'm skipping the song. Move forward.
What?
You can't put that kind of like that song is not on the caliber of an East or a Streets of Rage. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's just not even close. You didn't even put like, see, you can even be sneaky and cheeky and put like a Final Fantasy Tactics, and I'll be like, yeah, that's fair. That's fair game. But I'm like, you can't put that kind of theme in there. That was just not good. And a hard pass on that one, bro. There's like a rainbow happy ride. Exactly. I'm like, nothing about that screamed to me battle theme at all. It's not even like a remote glimpse of it could potentially be viewed as a battle theme. No. And even this one is not like... It's fine, but it's like not what I would consider in the top 100. Like, where's Yuzo Kozuhiro? There should be like 20 Etrian songs in here, chat. I'm just saying. Or Streets of Rage. Or ActRaiser. There's so many things that would technically work. Disappointed. They had Radiant Historia, though, at the beginning of the stream. So, like, they played some games. So that's good. But, you know, do better. Who I missed? My bad. Oh, but I got rewarded. Well, chat, I got hard rewarded. Barely moved, dodged the laser, killed boss. GG. Get wrecked. I'm surprised Tiggy didn't heal there. Oh well. As long as Tiggy debuffs into the heal, I think he's fine. Otherwise, rip Tiggy. Oh, Tiggy walk forward? No glide divine? Rip, no glide divine. Oh, just like a fireball. You can do it, Tiggy. Yeah! Good job, Tiggy. Finish that boss.
I'm a ghost.
Goodbye, boss. I love Murphy's character so big. He's like, I'm in all 3 boxes. Isame bot cannot be contained. Oh, did somebody get it? Or no, it was being weird. Never mind, it's from the other announcement. Come on. Gladius. Oh, that's not what I want. Gladius, please. Oh well. Boss drop me something. That's garbage. Oh, Monomate. Cool. Let's do 4 more. Just got 3 characters, 180 plus. They need another red ring. The eternal struggle. Actually, I should probably hand in this quest to get my money back. There we go. I'm going money positive as Hugh cast. That's all I can really ask for. Oh, I see HellCleave in the lobby. I saw him on the Rock Casile. Well, speaking of which, I'll make a note here. Rock Casile... Blue. I definitely want to put them in there, because I think that's actually a good suggestion. And I will admit, I probably overlooked it. So... See, this is why we field what we're going to say ahead of time before the guide. But chat can disagree in real time in the guide, and that's fine. But if you have any feedback, or you, as I said before, something is missing, let me know. Say Tiggy's got the buff bot squad. We got like the 2 frontline bouncers, then we got like the sniper, the lookout. I'd like to use Confuse Trap there just to speed it up a little. So I'll handle this while team does whatever. I don't super need assistance for this. Should be game really under the boxes. There we go. So that way 3 people can kind of clean up the barbell waves. Then, like, by the time I'm here, like, I'm already done. The team is mostly on time. I know where Murphy went, though. Rip Murphy. Oakley says, cleaning up all the scattered materials and badges since overflow doesn't help. Yeah, that's true. I had another character just take in the week's worth of stuff. Oh, PD. I respect that. Yeah, I think we got it down. Definitely whoever helped last time with the slime duping saves me a lot of time. It's kind of hard for me to slime dupe quickly if I'm the one that enters the room, but I'll take the hit for the team, just to get that early room connection clear. So much damage. What a character. 1609 ATP, huh? Could you imagine if I actually had like max dark percentage, how dumb this gun would be? Ooh, we got the glitch. He's already dead. He's actually already dead. I'm gonna walk away. His health was 100% glitched there. He died. I didn't even bother attacking. No purpose. Well, I almost corrected it. I was pretty close. So I find that if I line up with the dragon, if I'm like slightly below him in the cutscene and I hold down and right, it usually puts me in the right spot. So I was like a little too far off, so I could try to correct it by tapping up a little at the end, I think. Oh, no slime dupe help this time. 1, 2, 3. Slime dupes. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for shooting those. Do this. I should be good here. Ah, close enough. I don't know. If I mess up Disca, it's not worth spending extra time there. As long as somebody helps me with this room, I can help by putting some freeze traps on my way through to help you clear that. I was gonna say, by all means, kill the lilies. You're gonna be waiting anyway, to be honest with you. I'm gonna move forward. I'm gonna go ahead and slime dude. I'm not good at killing... I'm okay at killing lilies, but I'm not good at killing nano dragons. That doesn't make sense for me to do it. Oh. There we go. Come on, badges for the team. Come on, badges. There we go. We got Tiggy a badge. So it's sort of paying off, and then I can telepipe now. There we go, more badges. Yeah, I figure with enhanced PD chance and also badges, it's worth just getting those kills, honestly. As long as we're not spending like whole minutes, I think it's fine. This boss is so hosed. Come here, boss. 1, 2, Jaya. 1, 2, Jaya. 1, 2, already dead. I'm gonna hold down and right, and I should end up near the boss drops. That was Cleave from a game I didn't recognize, Lunar Silver Star story before that. Now it is Clashing Souls. Oh, it's Fate Stay Night. Okay. I was looking at it, and I'm like, I don't know what any of those words mean. That's not English. Like, get Iketsuru Suru Tamashi? Question mark? I'll clean up this room. Yeah, I looked at that and I'm like, I don't know what that means. And then it just said Fate Stay Night OST. I'm like, oh, you just told me that. that I understand. Uh-oh, did I make somebody... Did Tiggy seriously get another badge? Oh, I'm so sorry, Tiggy. I'm so sorry I'm making you come back. Alright, let me mow them down for you then. There we go. Run, Tiggy, run. Blue Donna confused as usual. Thank you, Blue Donna. Poor Tiggy forced to backtrack. I might have to start telepiping if somebody gets it. Save them a little bit of a trip and then we just take his telepipe back. I think that would be the ideal way. If we wanted to lose no time at all, I think that's what we would actually legit do. Huh, I got the confused trap on them. Nice, free kill. Hey, I'm actually able to help in this room. That's good, because UCAS is really good at helping with this room. Like, now you see them, now you don't. Last time I was, like, barely catching up with the group. I don't know why I did that. I could have died via laser there. That was, like, so unnecessarily risky. I don't know why I did that. I was definitely in kill range of the laser. Yeah, I'm gonna be spamming my Twin Blaze. Whee! Go Magic Fireball. Wow. Straight bullying. Just so much damage. 13, please. Why does it do so much damage, chat? That's my teammate. Nice. Congratulations. Did he seriously target the claw there? I'm so mad. Let's go for the fast track here. Oh, fast track working? Yeah, fast strat. Yeah, one cycle that sorcerer. You don't get to teleport. Get out of here. Stupid sorcerer. Look at that, chat. Time save. I have to wait for his dumb little teleport. Freeze trap into freeze trap. Okay. Not interested in the other enemies. They can go have fun. Not a bad time, given we were messing around.
Is that a monolith?
I was gonna say my time-saving tech tip is a force. Never buff on this door. Buff when you're inside, because you don't have to usually walk from start. Save those 3 seconds. You could do it. Optimize. I think for cave boss, you should probably do it, because otherwise weirdness can happen. Revive Tiggy. Goodbye, Tiggy. Rest in peace, Tiggy. I'm in the upper half of the map. That's where I want to be. 1, 2. Oh my gosh, you're using mech guns in here? That's like actual insanity. That threw me off so much I died. I was so shocked to see mech guns. I wasn't physically ready for it. Oh man, why aren't you using Heaven Striker? I know, it was sabotage. I was in actual shock. Alright, I gotta go towards Tiggy. Hi, Tiggy. Thank you, Tiggy. It's like mech guns. Ah! How have you not died to spinners? Even with just a normal, that's crazy. Oh, okay, you swapped for next phase already. That makes more sense. I thought you did like the whole phase with it. It's like that's actual madness. That makes more sense when you're counting them. That's fine. That's just I was not ready for that. Mentally, you broke me. I'm gonna stay right here and take reduced damage, hopefully. Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh, so close. I'm gonna take a safety heal here. Oh, I think I got healed. I always like mind snap. Yeah, I straight up died. It's like I couldn't even focus on the mini map. I was just like, what am I witnessing? How did they even get to this phase? Whoa, look at that damage dealt. Holy, almost died in one cycle. Barely even got to get to this part. No. There we go. GG. Wow, that was fast. Dead already indeed. Wow, that early Zalor is so gross. So normally if it was without Zalor, with a similar setup, we've seen us do around 6,000 damage, but with Zalor, that was like 12,000 or 13,000. That was a very significant damage increase. Ridiculous. Goodbye, boxes. Perish. What is my hit on my LNK? Oh, it's 30. 30 with 20 dark. Yashmenikov range lets you get 5 stacks. Heck yeah. I love Yashmenikov. Sadly, I can't get one with decent stats. We might do a purple ID. What's it called? Sweep up operation. Yeah, with the instant Zalor, yeah, that's what I was saying before. If you don't move from start and you have Glide Divine, oh my gosh, it's so much damage. So strong. Also, I left the luck material behind. Oh well. Oh, you sold it for 5 PD? Ooh, sorry. Let's do another. I'm good for like 2 more. This character's gonna level again, which is gonna be gross. Like, yes, more power. Exactly. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking, like, I was worried at first. I was like, man, I brought a cast in to deal with tower, That doesn't sound very fun as like a hunter potentially. And then like I saw his damage, and then I'm like, oh, never mind. He solos those Phantasmal 4 resets, or Phantasmal World, yeah, all day long. So dumb. Sure thing, Tiggy. You can swap out. But yeah. You guys goes where he down plays this. I mean, you're not wrong. That's why I was like, I had to actually update his status in real time. Like originally I just gave him like 4 IDs that I was like, no, he could really honestly do all of them. I was like, wait a minute, I could actually do all of his relevant runs. What a disgusting character. I haven't even seen his potential. Like I'm still using like Centurions. What happens when I actually just get more units? And I can use Proof of Sword Saint? It's not like I don't have them, it's just I need to cap my stats first. With luck and everything. So once I can get rid of this Heavenly for accuracy, which might be now actually, I have leveled a lot. Do I still need this? Oh, I still need it, damn. So yeah, having that with the ability to potentially wield... Oh, Tiggy dropped. Reset. Oh, Tiggy, you should get that issue checked out. Reach out to the support team. Wah! The Josephine Wah. That is quite a face. So we'll just remake. This is a long song. What the heck? I was like, wait a minute. It has been like 11 minutes. I'm not hallucinating. They said it's like an antivirus. Are you running anything other than Windows Defender? And did you put it in the whitelist for Windows Defender? For me, I haven't had to do that in a long time. If you say I have Norton, Tiggy, I'll be like, uninstall it, purge it, delete it, Tiggy, it's worthless. It literally slows down your computer and offers nothing. Yeah, Murphy with the, I would agree, I think it's unified access controls. That I had to turn off for sure. Norton is literally malware. Yeah, true story. I love when they offered me free Norton with one of my computers. I'm like, no. Get trash out of here. This has been relevant pretty much any time. Okay, I'm gonna put down some confused traps for the team to assist them. So I don't know what the other song was from. It was just called Decayed Edge for those that were curious, and unintelligible. I can't read Japanese, so I have no idea what that song name was. And now we're in front mission 3. Assault. Okay. Here, I'll put a telepipe down in case somebody doesn't feel like walking. Okay, it was just... I was like, I wasn't sure where you were, but if you needed it, I was there for you. Yeah, I agree. The stupid access controls I had to turn off, because what happened before is not that it would, like, delete the file, but it kept doing the, like, you've opened something in another screen. I would get some, like, stupid pop-up whenever I did anything, and then it would just close out. Yeah. Normally I would get, like, a stupid Windows pop-up about it, and then it would die. I think the boss is actually dead. I'm gonna walk away. See how close I am. I was so close. Damn. That was a good correction on Murphy's part. That was pretty much spot on. Oh. Murphy's gonna take it, sure. 1, 2, 3, Slime Dupa Claw. Murphy. Sacrifice is appreciated. Now die, Slime. 1, 2, 3, Freeze Trap. Disco Brave Man, murder everything nearly instantly. Wow, literally instantly. You like that room clear, chat? 2 disco throws. Fills the entire room. Oh, that is a scary room. Holy. What is going on in here? So feel free to clean up that room, as I said before. It's badges. You might as well as do it, to be honest with you. I don't want to do it because I'm slime duping. But honestly, as long as somebody steps in the other room to start the timer, it doesn't matter how long the other room clear is. I think that's the other thing worth teaching. I think I put a freeze trap down by accident. Oh, I didn't, thank God. Been super bad. I'm gonna walk very slowly forward, save a little bit of time. I got bronze badged, I'm not going back for it. Wow, look how fast my clear was, chat. I actually made it to the red door. That's how fast I was? That's crazy. I guess that's what happens when I get assisted on the first room. I definitely leave that first room very quickly. Okay, my warp is back up. Hell yeah, let's go. That was very fast. The fact that I was even at the door waiting at all while slime duping is silly. That should basically never happen. But with a little bit of assistance, that went super quick. On Murphy. Here we go. Murphy trolling. He's like, goodbye, time gain. Ooh, Zillia. How do I feel about Zillia on this list? This is not the song I would pick from Zillia, to be honest. There better be Believe in Me and Clenching the Fist. That's all I have to say, chat. Listen. The fact that I know those song names, I'm like, those songs better be on this list over this one. Life or Death is okay. If they are not on there, I'm playing them. just letting you know. Believe in Me is definitely one of my favorite themes in Tales. I guess this is like a classic boss theme, but I don't think this is the best one from Zillia. The fact, if they don't have Clenching the Fist, that's like actual madness that they don't have it. Oh, chat cleaning up the monsters, that's fair. I'll clean up this room a little bit, since I don't want to be first in that room. That'll give Tiggy a chance to set up. Get some free kills while I'm waiting here. Because it doesn't really matter which enemy I kill, they're all badges to me. Okay, so I should be roughly on time for Sinnoh Road. Goodbye, Sinnoh Road. I'm gonna do Confuse Trap and then walk in a circle. Because I find that if I walk in a circle, they all just kind of die. Yeah, it's best video game battle themes of all time. And I like this one, but I still would not put this on the list. Like, I'll give him this. It is a boss theme. It's nice, but pretty much the moment I get downtime, I'm gonna fact check them. If Clenching the Fist and Believe in Me is not on there, they're actually, like, on another planet. The hard disagree is real. Alright, let me see. Do they have it? This is Life or Death. They put Believe in Me, that Fist decision in... No, that's not... No. That's not Clenching the Fist. They don't have Clenching the Fist. I'm disappointed. We're listening to that in a moment. Chat, I will lose time to listen to that theme. It is so good. It is one of the best Tales themes in the game series. Oops. I'll move a little bit before I do that. The next one will be Believe in Me. So they did put Believe in Me on the list. So they know it exists. We'll listen to that real quick. So I just gotta look up Clenching the Fists. I could do that. Like, chat, I'm letting you know, it's to the point where I can actually name the song. That's how you know I like the song. Like, I'm so bad with names otherwise. Oops, click back into the game real quick. I'll help a little bit here. Where's it at? Okay, I got it queued up for later. Nice level up. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This like, other than like maybe Fighting Spirit and Fantasia, I think this is one of my favorite. Easy top 5 in Tail series. I don't think I could do the fast one, but I could do a backup. Let's see. He's probably gonna go towards where the Force User is. Let me put a grease trap here. Yeah, there we go. Baited. Did you find the one that I'm doing? I'll tell you who it's by in a second, in case you were curious, the playlist we're listening to. I'll put it in the Twitch. I did not do that properly, but it's fine. Not that punished. Alright, so once the song is done, I'm gonna hold still, and we're gonna listen to the song that definitely should have been on there. I'm gonna pause since that just... Okay, here we go. This is the song I thought they were gonna put on there. Like, this is a battle theme. I was like, don't test me, random soundtrack thing. I can name much better songs on the same games you selected. Let's go. I love that this is like the standard battle theme in the game. I was like, it set such a high bar for every other battle theme in this game. Oh, man. So good. Yeah, why wasn't this on the list? Same game, chat. Crazy. Crazy they would not put that on the list. So good. Oh, speaking of which, I just thought of one of my other favorite songs. We're gonna listen to that in a moment. I might get a chance to Google it. Well, that's gonna test how fast I can type it in. Goodbye. I was gonna say, speaking of fight themes, I put this one. This isn't on the list. This is Etrian Odyssey Untold 2, the Knight of Fenrir, I think is the full title. Bloody Fight Betting It All is the song. You bet my fingers type fast to type that in, chat. I was like, I know exactly what song it is. This is such a good theme. 45 hit caliber, so sad. Done. I was gonna say, these are the songs I was hoping to hear. They're not on the list, sadly. I double checked. Thank you, Yuzo Kosuhiro, one of my favorite composers. I guess I could put a mystery dungeon for a little bit. Skip it forward. We'll do this one. See, now we're testing my knowledge of songs. But I was like, you know what? It turned back into Yuzo Kosuhiro Hour. This is such a long title. It's Hoist the Sword and Pride in the Heart from Etrian Mystery Dungeon. So good. I was gonna say, do I need to start making a soundtrack list? I'm like, I think it could do better than what we were listening to. Goodbye, enemies. Although it is gonna be very, very Yuzo Kosuhiro oriented. I'm not gonna lie. But also hope you're doing well, Sir Frosty, and enjoying the music. Curious where on the map the red warp is. Oh, okay, now I understand. It's a lot further up than I think it is. Okay. Good to know for future reference. I never pay attention, I just walk to it. Do 1, 2, 3. Goodbye, slime. Could have been a little early. Was. Oh, backup plan. Yeah, that works. We're like, how quickly during the downtime can I search up songs? And then type their whole name, which is also the killer part, because I don't just want the soundtrack. I need to specifically be at a part of the soundtrack. Brutality. I think what I would put on next, without just putting on Streets of Rage. 1, 2, 3. Doop, doop, doop. I could try to advance the soundtrack a little bit here. Kaboom. Oh, I hate that it takes my mouse control. Is this the song I'm thinking of? Yes. There you go, chat. You want this to be your theme song. Like the, oh no. Mistakes were made when they fought you. Oh, I got so scared. I was that fire trap was there. Oh my gosh. The fear was real. I was like, don't kill me. Fire trap, no. Just gotta adjust my headset. There we go. Alright, we're gonna do a happy little dance around the edges here. They should just jump out of my way, and if they don't, I walk by them. I think I saw missiles come out, but they didn't aim at me, so I'm okay with that. Do I remember another song by name? I think this one was okay. No, that's not it. Yeah, that's it. Not quite battle theme, but good enough. Oh, I almost killed fast enough. Rip me. Poor boss. Luck material. Set up. Can't. I'll eat that. Oh, confused trap. No. Baited. Mess me up a little bit. What? Oh, he went on the other side because of the ranger. That's fair. I was gonna say, I could just pick and choose random Etrian songs that I know the name of. I think I'll probably do Towering Pair a little bit. Since we're about to go into a boss, we should just use the final boss music veteran. This is each justice for those that are curious.
Is that a monolith?
Welcome, Chris. Hope you're doing well. Man, this game was so good. 10 out of 10 soundtrack. Yeah, Dark Falls better be hiding. You're blah. Sorry to hear that. The Etrian Odyssey 1 battle theme for Stratum 5, I always forget what it's called. It is like the most intense normal battle music you've ever heard. You would, like, if you don't play that game, you would not believe me. You would tell me it's a boss theme. I'm like, this is just the normal battle music for some reason, and I'm like, okay. You set the notch very high for what to expect with the rest of the game. Holy. It's like some random pig, and then that music starts. Ridiculous. So we're gonna kill the boss to each justice. I might listen to a little bit of Chalky Woods, and then I'll try to remember the name of the other songs. I have a feeling this song will outlast the boss, so it was a good choice. At least we get to hear most of it. Okay, could have gotten a couple more shots there. Ooh, you're so done, boss. Actually, GG. Almost got another attack in there. That was disgusting. Boss is actually dead. Oh my gosh. Poor boss. It got to the song loop of the song. I guess that works. I'll do one more. Yeah, that boss got actually dumpstered.
Ha! Dead already?
Another 48 Gladius. What a troll. Seems to really like the Gladius for some reason. Every ID is basically neutral on that. It's just unfortunate. You would think with Viridian having increased shotgun, we should have seen more shotguns over Gladius, but whatever. So one more. And we're gonna do one of my favorite dungeon themes of all time. There you go, Chris. He's 16-14 in ATP now. Shin Megami Tensei has some. I would say the one that I remember the most would be probably this one. Also known as the PTSD song for people that played 4. It is indeed Boss 2. Walter may or may not have ended it thus for me multiple times. But indeed, it is Boss 2. Or B2. Yeah, Agi. It's over. Minotaur smirks. GG. Right, chat? Just GG. It's over. I got outplayed. See Walter. Reset. Try again. Aw. That went up early, but that's fine. Yeah, other than that, I don't really remember a lot of their music. This is the one I remember. To be honest, I didn't play. To be fair, I did not play like 1, 2, and 3 or whatever. I just played 4. So I'm sure it has good soundtracks, but I've not played them. You have a 2/3 chance of winning. You know what the worst part in Parameter was? I did actually win with Walter. Out of pure spite. God, that was horrible. Like, actually trash. I was like, wait, he finally killed Walter? Okay, I can play the game. I'm like, I'm not reviving his ass. He's staying dead. Like, get out of here. Good. That's what he deserves. He knows what he did. I like all of us like trying to meander towards the warp. I love it. I'm gonna guess this is where the warp is. Oh, I was a little off. Unfortunate. Overshot. Yeah, I played a lot of Devil Survivor, so I could probably name some Devil Survivor songs. Is that was a way of keeping the turn-based game more interesting to me. And there's like another layer to it. Rare Lily. What? Anyway. Let's do my favorite overall theme. When I heard this in Ephinea Mystery Dungeon, I was so happy. You have no idea. And then we'll do some Ephinea Odyssey music. Those are the ones I can remember offhand. Goodbye, slime. Do little micro steps to save some time. And goodbye, slimes. Doesn't matter what you do, you're already dead. Rest in peace, one of my last telepipes. I was gonna say, in theory, I could also just put on, what's it called? My retrospective playlists. I believe those are available publicly. One song representing each of the games that we played. Welcome, Barkeep. Hope you're doing well. Every time I think I like the song, it like goes up another notch. Ah, got body blocked. Link the Digital Devil Saga battle themes in Discord. Thank you, thank you. I might take a listen to it on Friday if we do it a bonus stream there. Now the question is, can I remember what the Stratum battle music was in Ephinea Odyssey 1? If I look at a full playlist, I could figure it out. But can I do that while playing PSO? I know where Towering Pair is, so I have a backup theme. I could do battle... Is it battle versus Mike? IKE. That's what it was. That one's also not a bad one. I should go back to the bronze match. It's not that far. Team's here anyway. They're all on my way. This sucks. Oh, he didn't get confused? Ooh, that was scary. That could have been real bad. I didn't realize they got Jellin. Or they did get Jellin, is what I meant to say. Because that means they don't kill themselves on Confuse Trap. I was like, ah! My target is still alive. Get out of here, guild check. How quick can I do this, is the question. I think this is it. I got baited? I got baited. It's the right song, but I got the wrong version of it. Actually baited. That is so sad. That was so sad. I remembered it was Destruction Begets Decay, but then I got like the original version and not the untold version. Actually baited. I guess it didn't know what I meant by U when I put the U in the search. Rip. Nice level ups. Yeah, trying to think of what the song names are in the Etrian series. They have some ridiculous names. Some of them I remember. Ooh, nice cleanup of the claws. I like that team. I'm gonna take a safety heal here. Alright, now I'm gonna confuse trap them. Team should have that. That's fine. Free strap here, free strap here. We'll have another ominous boss music for the chat. This time I'm not going to get baited by the wrong version. This kind of was the best version. This was the best moment in Etrian Odyssey Untold, I'm not going to lie. Is that a monolith, says Chris? Ooh, that should have come in. I like when this is used in the game too. It's like you're just fighting two people and you're like, uh-oh. Normally they like to have a lot of enemies in the battle. They're like, your 5-man team is allegedly gonna go even with these two people. It's not a good sign. But I like that they're all based off of the existing classes. They don't do anything like too crazy, but the way they stack their abilities is really, really neat. I like that they try to teach the player about synergies before you murder them. Oh, flipped. I'm gonna safety heal. I'm probably gonna get hit. Oh. Okay, didn't get hit. No, what, chat? We'll take that. Listen. Goodbye, false. Look at all the total. If it gets near me, I'm gonna vice it out of existence. It better. I was gonna say it better pray it doesn't end near me. I'm gonna do like 5k and destroy this boss. GG. Yeah, I'm holding on to 60 hit vices, so I'm landing my hits. Fortunately, the boss decided to go away from me, because I would have just ended that boss. I think I could do 5k by myself, easy. Very silly. I will take the money. I'll pop a couple of these boxes. Nope, sadly nothing of interest. You know what, chat? It's 9:40. I said I would go to 9:45 before I cut it off. Let's do one more. Need to think of another song. This song. It is, but it's not the right version. There we go. I was very close, chat. In my defense. I got the name of the original song, not the remix. By the way, Master Raven is bad for vault up. Indeed it is. Multi-hitting a monitor screen is not great. I could actually die here if I do this wrong. I'm gonna back up slightly. I was definitely worried about them landing on me. I'm 100% not gonna lie. Well, it got kind of a weird bounce, but you know what? That still works. I like that they cleared like the same number of waves as me. UCAS is so dumb. Like they cleared 2 waves and then I clear. I guess I technically could clear 3 waves. What silliness. UCAS so broken. I was trying to look it up without pausing the music, but it got mad at me. I got time. Oh, I'll chat out at that. Oh, I'm gonna run away. Might be this one. Yeah, it is. That time I had to read the titles. I was like, I'm not gonna lie. One, two, three. Fire trap time. Goodbye, Mr. Slime. Perish. That's such a clean lily kill. Stuff like that is gonna save me a lot of time. At some point we'll probably play Etrian Odyssey Untold 2 on stream. Oh. I didn't even think that was still the first lily. That threw me off. 1, 2, 3. Where did it be? Alright, since they're still on first lily, I should just kill these. Team wants to kill anything after that, that's whatever. Goodbye, lone slime. You followed me, only to die. I guess I could try to think of double survivor themes. There's like, what is it, Garuda? I think is one. I want to say, is it Final Decision? I think is another good one. I'm straining my brain on song names. We'll do some SMT-ish love, I guess. One, two, three. 1, 2, you dead. Or slime's born into the world from the slime, only if you murdered instantly. Yeah. They stand like legit no chance. Oh, I want that money. I'll go back for the money. Oh, LNK combat, nice. That was worth doing one more. Aw, no hit though. That's a shame. Oh, they got Jellin? Oh, it's gonna make it take forever to kill them. Rip. I'm not gonna bother killing them. Yeah, if gold badge, nice. There we go. See. That is not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to pick up the Meseta. That could have gone really horribly wrong. We'll pick off a couple of stragglers. So I guess the team got rewarded a little bit, no matter what. We got extra badges. So we're gonna do my new strat and how to deal with this room, regardless of how people pull it. Like, go in the middle. Oh, whoa, he's not normally supposed to jump there. No, team. Team. You have to kill the red Sido. That's just mean. Well, that's not the strategy I wanted to do. He's not supposed to be alive when I go through there. I got trolled. Like, I'm like getting ready to like walk in a big circle. I learned that if you go in the middle and then loop around to the right and then behind the other targets, it makes all the Sinnoh Blues fight each other without you needing to do anything, which is actually huge. So that way I have a safe way to get through there every time. But if Sinnoh Red never dies, then that's a problem. It's just kind of GG with me. Yeah, I don't care about this song. We'll do Devil Survivor. Say it's Garuda. Oh, that was such a good guess. I think that's the right song. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this plays on like the quote-unquote first hard boss of the game. You're like, wait a minute, I don't just steamroll everything? That doesn't seem right. Rip tracking. I'm gonna go for the fast strat. Oh, that is so scary when he doesn't behave the right way. There we go, fast strat achieved. I was gonna say, it's so fast that sometimes Tiggy can't even reach the thing. That's how I know it's a fast strat. Just legit, it is just so quick. Skipping that phase is a big time save. Oh, he teleported over there? Oh, because of the force. That's fair. I was like, what the heck? So let's do... Oh, it might be last decision, not final decision. Yeah.
Is that a monolith?
Fortunately, this is not going to be a very long song. So mid-falls fight, I'm going to have to pick a song. This is going to be interesting. Challenge mode engage. And I find 5 seconds to switch songs. How fast can I type? In fact, I think it's coming up to an end, like, in 20 seconds. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. I need to get it on the face swap here, I think. It's already almost over. Come on, next phase, next phase. Trolling. Like, slightly too short. Song. There we go. Oh, that was so smooth. I barely got that. I was trying to remember an overclock what the song was called. It's called Confusion. Feels like a nice theme to finish the boss too. Oh, I'm out of range, really. Goodbye, Falls. So there you go, Chad. It was a how fast can I type? While still trying my best not to put my mouse on the screen. I failed that challenge, though. Ooh, a little less damage than normal. Goodbye, boss. Solo TTF with this character must be very silly. Look briefly, would recommend channel on Twitch and I see Terran make him a first play. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry. So sorry, Imperameter. I'm also sorry for them. But, you know. Accurately called last play. That game was such a train wreck. I don't know if it was a translation issue or what happened, but whew. The thing was on fire by the end. Okay. Oh, it auto-played. I don't care about that song. That song's okay. Guess I'll put this one on. Okay, chat. So, let's talk about how today went. We got a Daylight Scar with hit. There were a lot of Rambling Maze. There were no Vivians, which was a little sad. So, we'll do a final look at the points that are on the event. Spaceship is at 9,901. If for some reason that is not cleared by Friday, I will do it with the team. Seabed and Tower, we might do a little bit on Friday, but that requires 4 people. 4 people for Seabed, 3 for Tower. I am 100% willing to do 3-person Tower over 3-person Seabed. I think Seabed is honestly just too annoying in the anniversary event. I find it much harder to deal with it if you don't have, like, 1 cast, 1 force, somebody with Hell, somebody with Demons. Tower, it's like, whatever. As long as you have a cast, you're good. But I think otherwise, that is all for now. Help with those if I'm available if need be. Maybe. I do think the Tower quest was probably one of the better Tower quests of the game. So, like, I would much rather do that than the Seabed. The Seabed is okay, but again, like, if you're playing anything less than 4-man, I find it very difficult. It's about on the same difficulty for me as, like, Sweep Up Operation 9, where I don't like doing that quest with less people. Where Tower, I feel pretty confident. As long as I'm Force and somebody else is cast, I think we can handle it. A Ranger would be nice, but technically not needed, because the Force can shut down every wave by themselves, if need be. Reckon says it was fun. I have a Rocket Seal Hell Needle for Seabed or Realmar and Demon Laser for Yes Shot. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think I think it's actually not that bad. Like, honestly, compared to some of the other years with Tower, it's totally doable. Oh, hold on. We'll do the classic. This one. No. This one. So I think next time we'll see where it is point-wise. We'll help a little bit out again, like we did the first 2.5 hours, I think, of the stream. So we'll just make sure to keep chipping at it. You know, I definitely don't want to get burned out on being forced to play those quests. So it's good that we're still able to add points in other ways today, including CCA and mines. So we still help towards a point total, no matter what. That's how I view it. We're very likely to hit 12,000 in the event. So if we put it to 12,000 a little earlier, it's fine. Just at some point, we need to raise the other things a bit higher. But anyway, chat, enjoy the name select song, by the way. This is when this plays. And I guess for now, let's say goodbye to YouTube. So if you did watch to this point in the video or the VOD, I'd just like to say thank you for watching, and hope to see you again next time.